Good evening. I'd like to call our meeting to order. It is Tuesday, June 6, 2023, and we are starting at 6 p.m. The school board would like to take this moment to respectfully acknowledge that we are residing on the traditional land of the Dene people. Our mission is to provide an excellent, equitable education in a safe, supportive environment so all students will succeed and contribute to a diverse and changing society. Tonight, our pledge will be led by Ms. Marati. Thank you. Ms. Richardson, would you please call for the vote?
Colonel Alvarado.
Here.
Colonel Suri is excused. Mr. Lopez.
Here.
Mrs. Burnett.
Here.
Mrs. Matheson.
Here.
Mrs. Smith.
Here.
Mrs. Hardy.
Here.
Miss Marati.
Here.
Mr. Doran.
Here.
Mrs. Sanderson.
Here.
Thank you. The board has a quorum.
Thank you. The next item on our agenda is to adopt the agenda. May I have a motion to adopt the agenda by consensus? And I believe there's a change. If we could read the change.
Move to adopt the agenda with consent items by consensus.
Second.
And then we have this one. And then we have a, oh, okay, I see. Well, my screen is frozen. Okay, there we go. Next, we go for public comments on reports and non-agenda items are limited to 2 minutes per person for a maximum of 1 hour. People who have signed up in advance to the school board office to testify in person or by Zoom will be called upon first. And if time allows or time remains, everyone who else is in person will be invited to testify until the 1 hour time limit has been reached. A person testifying shall state their full name, spelling their last name, and the city of their residence for the record. Board members may ask questions for clarification. Although there is time at the end of each meeting for school board and chief school administrator comments, some concerns may not be able to be addressed immediately, as additional information may be needed to be gathered. Public comment, input, ideas, and suggestions are welcome on salaries, benefits, and other contractual items regarding the Education Support Staff Association, ESSA, and the Fairbanks Education Association, FEA, negotiations. I believe the first person is Darlene Tyndall.
Excuse me. The first person is Jeanette Peterson, and she's on Zoom.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Richardson.
I'm not sure if she can hear us.
Ms. Peterson, are you there?
I am. Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, if you'll just state your name, spell your last name, and you have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Danette Peterson, Peterson, and my residence is Fairbanks, Alaska. I recently learned the school district was offering a $10,000 signing bonus over 2 years to recruit any special education educators when my colleagues first started asking me why it was tied to job postings on the district website. I heard questions like, I am taking a 1-year leave of absence. Will I be eligible for the signing bonus when I return? Or I am 2 courses shy of earning my special education endorsement. Will I be eligible for the bonus as an internal applicant? I did not have answers to these questions. I also heard from other district employees who had been serving our students for years. They talked to me about divisiveness, fairness, and equity working at this district. As a parent of a special education student, I saw the sacrifices special education teachers made during COVID and the hardships they currently face due to staffing shortages. Some even told me about the additional 2 months of IEPs they were asked to complete at the end of this school year. Some spoke in sarcastic tones and joked. Others were bitterly angry. But beneath all of these conversations was a feeling of hurt, a feeling of not being appreciated, a feeling of not being valued. When they learned about this bonus for new hires, those feelings got much worse. Yes, there is a nationwide teacher shortage and special education positions are harder to fill. But what the district offers is a mere enticement, not a long-term solution. It is a financial manipulation. It is akin to other financial incentives that we encounter. Buy one, get one, 65% off. But there is an immense difference. We are talking about people with feelings who need to be valued, not merchandise in aisle 5. Some special educators that ultimately join our district will join anyways due to circumstance such as military transfers. Others will take the bait and join our district only to leave after 2 years.
Ms.
How is
Peterson,
this sustainable?
that is your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Barbara Haney.
Hi, my name is Barbara Haney. Um, I'm here representing myself, but I'm also the mother of some graduates, of students who attended the CEC program that's upstairs from the food bank. And I came here during this time to advocate for this program to stay at the food bank. I know there's some consideration of mixing these students with something called the SMART program. I'm also familiar with that program from one of my grandkids. The SMART program is pretty much, these are students who are behavioral problems. They're a challenge. I get it. They're in a lockdown situation. They can't bring their cell phone in. You can't bring in beverages from outside. All the food has to be from within. I get it, because some of these kids are very crafty at sneaking in some booze for class. There isn't really economic strata, but the one thing all the kids in the SMART program share is that they have challenges behaviorally. And many of them are on suspension. Most of them are on the brink of being expelled, pending a decision by you. But because you still have to provide an education, that's what the SMART program is. I get it. Not sure whether Nordale's appropriate or not for that program. I'm not going to cause a judgment on that. I do want to implore you, though, to not mix the CEC students with the SMART program students. And I would hope that you would keep them next to the rescue mission. CEC students all have a very variety of histories and academic levels. The one thing they all share primarily is they are not from wealthy families. And quite frankly, a lot of them need access to that food bank and the shelter and some of the wraparound services that are available in that network to continue with their education. I can tell you story after story about people who attended the school and went on to do some really great things. And I didn't mean to take the whole 2 minutes because I know what it's like to have to sit there. But I can tell you about one kid who graduated from CEC. He actually transferred his credits to Lathrop, and he was part of the team that built Jeff Bezos' dome in Seattle. So, anyway, thank you.
Ms. Haney, thank you for your time and your testimony. Next, we have Curtis Stable.
Choya, that's for a different agenda
Oh,
item.
Okay, it is. I'm sorry. Thank you. Is there any other testimony at this time? Okay. Okay, let's come in.
Lisa Meath, I reside in Fairbanks. I wanted to address something that was brought up a couple of meetings ago and some questions regarding the reading requirements that DEED is requiring. And a couple of the school board members here asked some really great questions regarding how onerous is this going to be. And I spoke with a couple of you on the phone, but not everybody. And I am a former teacher with the school district, and now I mentor new teachers with the Alaska Statewide Mentor Project. So I'm taking the class myself, one of the required classes for my personal information, and so that I can be informed when I'm working with new teachers. And I wanted to address those really great questions that were asked by you all, that it is quite time-consuming. What the Keys to Literacy class that I'm enrolled in is billed to be 36 hours of module time on your own, and then there are 5 two-hour synchronous times that we meet. In fact, I just rushed over here from that class tonight. That was 4 to 6. And we have several Fairbanks teachers and administrators represented in the series that I'm taking, as well as others that are offered. So what I wanted to say is I really appreciated the questions that were asked. Are we putting more on teachers? And absolutely, yes, we are. This is a lot of time. I have national board certification in early childhood and literacy. I have a lot of knowledge on this content. You're required to do a pre-assessment before you register for the class. I did my pre-assessment. I got in the high 80s. You're still required to go through all the module pieces, even though the passing score is 75%. So just to put that out there as well. So there's a lot of myths and assumptions made, maybe that teachers are not using these practices already in their classroom. And I can honestly say, after going through half of the classes right now and extensively through the module and at the 60% point, I think, it's not really that new of stuff. We've been teaching and offering this professional development for a long time. So I just wanted to let you know, yes, it's going to be onerous on teachers if you can think of some way to support their ability to do these requirements.
There's a question for clarification from Ms. Hardy.
Yeah. Did you have specifics other than just providing extra time that we could do to help support our teachers?
Well, if there could be monetary, I mean, the class that I'm doing is free. The letters classes, which is another one, has a cost, but I know there's grant funding for that. Perhaps some leave time or something, maybe teachers could work in cohorts together. That's a double edge also, because then they have to do subplans, and then there's no subs. So, I mean, I get all of those complications as well. But it is, in my view, when you have teachers that have masters in reading, that have reading endorsements, that have national board certifications, and they're still, and they are supposed to be developing a praxis of some sort, an assessment that hasn't been released yet. I don't know when that will be. But again, maybe some people want to review a bit before they take it. So, yeah, I don't know the answer in these tight budget times, but the question was asked by you all. I thank you for the question. It was a good one.
Thank you. Mr. Dorn, did you have a clarifying? Go ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Smith, for being here and knowing your expertise in reading and literacy. If you could, in a short format, address science of reading. What I keep hearing, some things are said, well, what we were doing was wrong, and I appreciate your testimony tonight on a lot of things we're doing. We've always done well, but certain things not. Could you just give me your take, a brief take on science of reading, as that's the phrasing for today?
I would like to use the phrase sciences of reading, because reading isn't a defined science. It's always developing. We know more about the brain. We know more about language and literacy acquisition. We know more about culturally responsive practices. So we're always evolving. And even in lean times, I feel like our district here in Fairbanks and others did contribute to quality professional development. In this Keys to Literacy class I'm taking, they're showing resources that we've been using here for a really long time. Unfortunately, there's been some intersections with maybe other groups who are not public education advocates. And so one more way to say that educators aren't doing their job, that teachers aren't teaching reading, and it's just factually not true. There's a lot of myths, there's a lot of assumptions being made. I would be happy to send resources that you all could read, and I'm sure Dr. Ott has a lot too, because he does excellent testimony when this sort of thing comes up. So no, we're doing, and on that one note, I do want to say, I hope that a rumor that I've heard that some of the intervention materials are going to be dismissed because they have a certain label or because they might use a queuing system for assessments, I hope that is not accurate information, because we have districts or sites in our district who really made great responsive, we have data to show that they worked very well. So I'm specifically talking about the level of literacy interventions. They're very engaging books. There's a lot of quality pieces. So it would be good to find out more about that as well.
If
Thank
you
you.
could please send us those resources, that'd be great. Thank you. Do we have Barbara Tyndall? Is this non-agenda? Non-agenda. What are we on the agenda? Yeah, we're this time, you're correct, you're slated for a different time. At this time, we're going to move on to our Borough Assembly report. Mr. Cash? Okay. Okay, seeing he's not here, we'll move on to my report. So tonight, I'd like to start my president's report out by congratulating all of our seniors who completed their academic work and received their diplomas. It was such an honor as to be a part of their graduation ceremonies. As always, it's a very proud moment for the school board, and it's very heartfelt and very emotional. Every graduation comes at the end of the year around the same time. I was thinking about this tonight. We're doing budget work, and we are engaging legislators and Borough Assembly for additional funding for educational programs. When you think of it that way, the graduation of our seniors across this district, it's our reward as we advocate for those students and programs, and then to see their success, witness their transformation, their transitioning as they go on to their future goals. As part of that celebration, I was able to attend my granddaughter's graduation in California, and I got a chance to listen to President Julian Sanderson address her graduating class as the president. That was my proud North Pole grandma moment. Now, I would like to take the rest of my time to extend my congratulations and respect to our Chief School Administrator, Karen Moline, as this is her last official school board meeting. She still has a few more meetings of things that she'll be finishing up her work before she moves into her future endeavors. When I think of a leader, the leadership, I think of all of the multifaceted disciplines that every leader, either they possess them or they will attain them at some point throughout their time of leadership. I have witnessed Ms. Moline's lead this district forward through some very difficult times and troubling times. When she assumed the responsibilities as our chief school administrator, no one could have predicted or foreseen COVID, the pandemic, and all that it brought our district, all that it brought our world. She was able to navigate through mask, no mask, In school, remote learning, providing nutritional services to our students, and placing our most vulnerable students within a protective learning environment. Leadership, it always comes with some kind of friction, whether it's an attack on your procedures, your character, your ability to delegate responsibility, or to navigate through uncertain times. The measure of character, it seems, is the ability to keep moving forward, to balance every decision leading to the needs of students and staff. Then just taking a moment to confront the systems and the powers that be, to be able to maintain your integrity of the work that you're providing and what you bring to the job, and to keep focus. The vision always says that is set before you. Karen has been a calm, steadfast leader for our district. She has had a student-focused approach and worked hard to be a reliable partner to parents in the community. Throughout all of our challenges and difficulties, Karen has led with poise and determination that led us to a positive and outcomes for students, our main goal. I close with these words as a woman of faith. Jeremiah 29:11 says, "For I know the plans that I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you, not to harm you, and to give you a hope and to give you a future." I send you out with honor, Miss Meline. And with that, you have your flowers, and we do have a little gift that I will present with you. And I haven't finished signing your card, but I'll sign it and I'll get it to you. Next, we'll move on to our chief. Oh, we'll have some board comments, I'm sorry. Tonight, for some reason, it's just, go ahead, Mr. Doran.
You're fine. You're fine. I just want to add, as a board member, my thanks to you, Ms. Meline, for stepping up at a time when we needed someone. We had undertaken a superintendent search, did not find the right match, and it was like, what are we going to do? And taking on an interim position is always a challenge of its own, because it is short-term in the big picture, but it's extremely necessary. And you stepped up to do that, and we really appreciate that, and stayed with us, and I think have helped us. Actually, I think very much I'm mindful of about a month into your tenure as our chief school administrator, we had an increase in COVID and reconsiderations that came as a result of that. We had a bus driver shortage, and basically multiple things that were not on our horizon when we actually hired you in May, that you faced right out of the gate. And I think that you have given us put us in a good position so that this year when we did our superintendent search, we were better positioned for that search. We knew even more what we wanted and needed in a superintendent. And so you helped us through that hump, and you were the bridge. So really want to thank you for coming in and doing that and sticking with it throughout the 2 years with us, and wish you all the best in your new journeys and adventures.
Okay, yes, Ms. Matheson.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, thank you so much for the dedication, the support, the late night phone calls. Thank you so much for the support that you've given, not just the school board and our district, but myself. Thank you. And I hope that your new adventure is super blessed.
Ms. Burnett?
Yeah, I'd just like to say thank you as well, Miss Moline, for stepping in. I know we just got to know each other this year. You were one of the very first people who did welcome me onto the board with open arms, feeling like a fish out of water, and I appreciate that. And being willing to listen and take phone calls, and even though you didn't know me too well. And it's just been great sitting here with you. And I wish you luck, and I hope that you get to go to some warmer temperatures, maybe tropical.
Seeing no further comments, we'll move on to our Chief School Administrator report. Ms. Moline?
I believe or Colonel Alvarado had his hand
Oh,
up.
I didn't see you, sir. Go right ahead.
It's okay. I need to raise my hand like a big boy. That's all. I just want to say, ma'am, it was such a pleasure to get to meet you in the short amount of time. I mean, what a complete class act. I'm glad my last name is not Meinert, but I'm sure he'll be just fine. But, ma'am, thank you so much, and just wish I could learn more from you. But it was such a pleasure working around you and basking in all the knowledge. So thank you, ma'am.
All right, now we'll move on to Ms. Moline's report.
Thank you, President Sanderson, and thank you for the kind words. As I have been reflecting over the last 24 months, I think about that great work of film and literary excellence, the movie Hope Floats, and a quote that comes to mind in these situations, and it's beginnings are scary, endings are usually sad, but it's the middle that counts the most. So I think that describes the last 2 years for me. The beginning was certainly scary, and it just got scarier as COVID came roaring back. And there was a lot that's happened in the middle. And any good leader will tell you that it's the team behind them that makes it great. And what I've experienced over the last 2 years has been an outstanding team of leaders. The executive director group has been, without a doubt, the glue that has kept everything together. They work well together. They have kept me out of hot water, and sometimes when I got in hot water, they fished me out and cleaned up after me. So I would like to express my deepest appreciation to the executive director team and how they have worked alongside of me and with each other these last 2 years. So thank you, thank you, thank you. My report this evening is brief. I just want to put an exclamation point around the fact that although it's summer and students are out of school, there is still a lot of learning and opportunities happening around the district in our summer school activities. We have students across the district, children going to summer camps from STEM and STEAM and STREAM to Ready Raven, those children that are preparing for kindergarten, having that little jump start that will launch them into kindergarten and being successful. So that's happening now, but there's also something that we're looking forward to happening the closer as we approach school, and that's our music camp. This music camp is an opportunity for students that are exiting elementary school and heading into middle school to get that little jump start into their instrument. So have a chance to figure out how you put it together and what kinds of sounds you can make with it. Just that little extra piece that will set them up for success as a middle school band student. So we're looking forward to that happening, coming closer to the start of school, and all of the work that's gone into that with the music teachers and those they're making that happen. So that's the end of my report tonight. So if you have any questions, I'll be happy to.
Hey, Mr. Doran?
Thank you for that reference to the Jumpstart Music Camp. When I saw it in our consent agenda for some donations, was really pleased to see that. Just a clarification, you mentioned band. Is it band and orchestra or just band at this time?
I believe it's intended to be for both band and orchestra students. It'll depend a little bit on who signs up and what they're interested in.
Okay, and when is this planned for them to sign up?
We don't have the signups ready yet. We just got the funding for this. Lisa Whitgriff is heading this up for our music cohorts. And now that we have funding, we can hire the personnel, and then we can create the postings for students to be able to register for it. So we appreciate our community supporters and are excited to have this take off, but it's all being built right now.
Great, thanks very much.
So I will just, one more example of how great the executive team is, but also this is another example of the partnerships that we have across our community, and something that's important to note is that this is all a partnership with our community. So that's something that I think as a community and as a school district is important and has proven itself to be very, very successful.
Ms. Hardy?
I want to add to that, especially so Miss Hall, or not Miss Hall. I'm for some reason extremely nervous right now, and I don't know why. I do this all the time. Kate LaPlante, there we go. There's your last name. Kate mentioned. I want to especially thank Lisa Whitgriff and also Erin Genoso, who were the powerhouse making this happen. I know that they both went to multiple people, and since we no longer read it, I want to take a moment for this one because I know the Herculean effort it took to not only obtain these funds, but then get them on our agenda, which is something we're trying to fix so that it could get approved. So Fairbanks Nissan contributed, Design Alaska, and then also the Fairbanks Art Association is the reason this is happening. And it was effort of community people, effort of our music teachers, and effort of our community getting behind music from all angles. And it wouldn't have happened without those people and without those generous donations. And oftentimes those people are the unsung heroes. Erin would never mention her name, and she's probably super embarrassed right now. But there is a reason that this is happening and that we're helping make sure music continues in Fairbanks, and it's these people doing it.
Thank you. Our next item is the administration provides a report to the school board on the curriculum materials proposed for grades 6 through 8 and 9 through 12 health and the May meeting. The curriculum materials are now before the board for adoption.
Move to adopt the curriculum materials proposed for grades 6 to 8 and 9-12 health materials as submitted.
Second.
And it's been moved and seconded. Is there any comments? To the public first,
Administration.
to the administration.
We gave our report last week. Mr. Beam came in at the last meeting and gave the report. I will say that the materials have once again been out for public comment since since the report before coming to first reading. So the public has had an opportunity once again to review the materials. And Mr. Beam had forwarded to the board the feedback that we got during that time. So with that, we'll.
Any comments from the board? Okay. From the public first. At this time. Yes, sir. Please come forward. State your name. Mr. Eid.
Hi, board. I'm Rich Ide, North Pole. And by the way, I try to imagine what it would be like to be on the board and be putting in the time you put in. I appreciate it. Okay, so I'll always advocate for our students' academic gains and encouraging self-confidence. coached wrestling a lot of years. I've seen so many kids surprise themselves at how good they get by the end of the season. But what I'm here today is regarding the proposed secondary health ed curriculum. I did review it upstairs twice this past week. It is controversial, especially in that thinner book that's supplemental there. And it is expensive, and we do already have in place a health curriculum which meets our needs. I think it's a waste of taxpayer money, frankly. So if we could, I really think we should focus on the 3 R's rather than the controversial materials here to get our dismal test scores up. Nationally, they really are down. And not confuse students with the woke ideology which this health supplement presents. Thanks, guys.
Thank you for your testimony. We have a clarification from Ms. Marati.
Yep. Thanks. You were talking about the cost of the material. Can you tell me how much the cost of the addendums are?
I don't have a figure on that. I should have asked my my informant, how much exactly was that? But do you know?
Yeah, it's about $10,000.
Okay, but we already have a health curriculum in place, so why do we need this?
I'm not allowed to debate with you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Answer your question. Thank you, Mr. Hyde.
Okay.
I think we have Ms. Tyndall next, Barbara Tyndall.
My name is Barbara Tyndall, and I reside in North Pole. And I too had an opportunity to look at the curriculum, the health curriculum this week. I spent some time in there making some notes. And when I was looking at the main textbook, the big one, I just kind of was flipping through it. And, for the most part, it was acceptable. And there were some things in there I think that needed to be addressed. I didn't go through it with a fine-tooth comb. I probably could have found some things that I didn't care for, but for the most part, it seemed like it was okay. But when I picked up that supplement, I was pretty appalled. And I just felt like I was looking at some of the details. I thought, who needs to know all this, except maybe if you were studying to be a gynecologist or something? It seemed like more of a medical manual telling all these bits and pieces. But some of them were just to me just crass and vile. And I just don't like the idea of us sexualizing our children and having and talking about this in such a way that makes it, to me, just it is not respectful. And so I really, I guess I'm okay with the text, but I'm not okay with the supplement. And I would ask you to withdraw that, please.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
I think we have Curtis Stable. State your name and spell your last name. You have 2 minutes. Thank you.
My name is Curtis Stables, Stables, and I am a 6'6" Zulu warrior. My pronoun is Mboss, and Mboss is here to talk to you about the health book. It tells lies. We should not have our teachers telling lies. It says there are more than 2 genders. That is a lie. Since time began, male, female. Anything else is a lie. And then it goes on to talk about sexual preferences, 9 of which are sexual deviations, not preferences. If you want your children to learn about sexual deviations, you should send them to Epstein's Island. At least they will come back with a good tan and maybe some college money. Have you questions for him, boss?
If that's completed your testimony, sir, thank you. We have Ms. Janice Gables. If you'll come forward and state your name and if you will spell your last name.
Good evening. Thank you, school board. You just met my husband. Yes. My name's Janice Stables, Stable. I live in North Pole. I have 3 children that have graduated through your services. We do. I am a family nurse practitioner. I have been one for 27 years and a nurse for 10 years before that. I have spent all of my 27 years caring for people here in this community. Office visits, home visits, assisted living visits, whatever was needed. I am very concerned about this health and science textbook. Over my years and lots of study, there have been 2 genders, and they are defined by XX chromosomes, male, XY chromosomes, female. That does not change across all species. That does not change. I take that back. There may be 1 or 2 that are different, but for the most part, that's how it is. Now, gender used to mean sex. I have a lot of questions and concerns about the current definition of gender. As my husband brought out, gender dysphoria is a big issue that you've probably seen a lot of in your classes. Kids that have expressed interest in being trans or other. Is that my 2 minutes?
That is, ma'am.
Okay. Well, thank you. I hope you got my concern.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Lola Hubbard. I think it's Lola.
Hi, my first name is Loa, and my last name is Hubbard, Hubbard, and I am a Fairbanks resident. As a local business owner and a former education administrator, as well as a mom who raised 2 kids on my own, budgeting is one of the most important issues that we face. And as we are still in negotiations with support staff and teachers, my opinion is that we should not support the purchase of the new health curriculum books, but we should keep the money for these books and move the finances into payroll, provide an inflationary increase for staffing paychecks. Or maybe we should take the money and use it for the reading literacy program training that Mrs. Meath just discussed and professional development for this new deed program that we've adopted. Or how about the music program? That would be a good place to put it. I did review the books, and with so much controversy and so many people against the content, very specifically in the supplement, I believe we should keep our existing health books and not spend the money. It is not necessary and it is not required. As we all in here said the Pledge of Allegiance, the statement, "One nation under God," just sort of rolled off the tongues of every person in here, as if we're ordering a Big Mac and fries. We are, in fact, one nation under God, and we would do well to remember and consider that as the God we are created under created us male and female, the earth and all things and all people, perfectly and uniquely. I do not agree with the content of the supplemental unit, and I do not support the adoption of the new health curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Jennifer Smith. If you'll come forward and state your name and spell your last name and place of residence.
My name's Jennifer Schmidt, Schmidt. I'm from Fairbanks. As a school board member for 12 years, I know you can't please everyone, nor will you like everything in texts that you approve. As a nurse for over 50 years, I know that our graduates must understand how their bodies work, how to maintain physical and mental health, know what consent means and what to do after an assault, and when and where to seek reproductive health care and other health care. It's excruciating for people to try to describe a concern down there over the phone or in a clinic room, lacking the medical terms to use. The last two chapters in these texts are on sexual identity and gender and on contraception. 65% of all U.S. pregnancies are unplanned, not just among teens. There are 25 pages in this text on teen pregnancy, 4 paragraphs on adoption, and nothing on abortion, even though 1 out of every 4 U.S. women have had an abortion. We need to do something about that in terms of educating and preventing. Students need facts to help them sort out the misinformation on this topic and on sexual identity and gender issues in the media, confusing both students and parents for political reasons. Separating the last 2 chapters is a marketing choice, but not a good policy decision. Please direct teachers to cover these topics earlier in the course, along with puberty and reproductive anatomy. Neither should appear to be an afterthought or an optional topic or something we don't talk about. Teachers tend to spend more time at the beginning of the book and rush the last chapters. Health teachers need time to learn together during in-service days and with health professionals to give accurate information. We will only have 1 set of texts. They won't be going home with the kids. Some parents are going to think the school district doesn't want them to see the materials. I think it's important that they have access to those.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, we have Barbara Haney.
Hi, my name is Barbara Haney, and I'm here as representing myself once again. I did have a chance to look, not for as long of hours, but I did have a chance to make it through some of the health skills for middle school, and I didn't see many in the way of deal breakers. But I'm going to tell you something. That supplement really shook me to my core. And if that was freshman college book, maybe senior in high school, definitely not middle school material. And I'm going to tell you something. If you're trying to build enrollment for IDEA, adopt the supplement, because I'll tell you what, IDEA and Raven and all those programs will have a huge surge in enrollment. I'm just going to be honest with you. And I guess I wouldn't have to worry about your budget next year too much because most of your students will be in other programs. I really urge you not to adopt the supplement. Quite frankly, I'm not sure you need a new health book. But I mean, if you're gonna get one, I guess the health schools for middle school one does address the state standards. That supplement, though, I would keep that out of the schools. I'm just saying, if you want to keep your school enrollment. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Sally Duncan. Good evening, Ms. Duncan. If you'll state your name and spell your last name, place of residence. You have 2 minutes.
My name is Sally Duncan, last name spelled D-U-N-C-A-N. I live in Two Rivers. I thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm here on behalf of the children of our school district. I came to the district offices last week and reviewed the health curriculum textbooks and was more pleased than I thought I would be with the health books, but it is perhaps because all the unacceptable parts of the indoctrination being pushed on our kids was in the human sexuality supplement. First of all, disorder of sex development, babies born with unclear biological sex, supposedly 1% to 2% of the population, is a farce. DSDs vary anywhere from genitalia being simply looking a little different than someone else's and still functions just fine. Others may have more significant health problems related to the same processes that led to their sexual development to differ from expectations. Where are the studies to prove the percentage? I saw no references to such. Gender, according to the supplement, is based on how one feels. Quotes. Well, child growth and development is a process that allows a child to actually develop. It does not allow the adults in any given room the right to mutilate their bodies or drug them to the point where they are not a child. Sexual orientation, according to your supplement, is who you are physically, romantic, and or sexually attracted to. What a bunch of garbage. If you are romantically attracted, you are physically attracted. Sexual orientation is a choice, not given at birth. Questions about sexual orientation should be asked of school nurse, doctor, counselor, or therapist. We don't mention parent anywhere in there. You have no right to not include the parents in any decision made for their child. In the supplement, there is push tolerance for LGBTQ, not tolerance for everyone. Support group and safe zones for LGBTQ, not for everyone. How dare you do such a promotion of such awful policies?
That
This
is your
school board
time.
needs to rethink its mission.
Thank you, Ms. Duncan. That is your time. Thank you. Next, we have Erin Genoso. If you will come forward and state your name and spell your last name. Oh, Ms. Genoso is on Zoom.
I'm not seeing her on Zoom.
Okay. All right. Is there any additional testimony? Come forward.
Hello, Tamara Cruz Rosellas, Fairbanks, Alaska. I have sat here and been so offended tonight. All I can say is that the ignorance displayed here is exactly why we need a more comprehensive health curriculum. The physical and mental health of our students is important. Health is important. As has been stated, this health curriculum hardly goes far enough, but limited access is better than no access. It's our responsibility to our students, all of our students. Education. Anytime we have an opportunity to update curriculum materials to be more comprehensive, relevant to our students, and scientifically updated, I hope this board will choose updated. Particularly when parents are given the opportunity to opt out. Any parent can opt any child out. This solves any issues the people that have testified have. I support this health curriculum and hope this board will also. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Excuse me, Ms. Genoso's on.
Okay. Ms. Genoso, can you hear us? Ms. Genoso? Okay, if you're there, Ms. Genoso, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can now. Thank you. If you'll state
Okay,
your name,
thank you.
spell your
Sorry.
last name, and your place of residence, you have 2 minutes, and thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, my name is Erin Genoso. My last name is spelled Janoso. And I was here tonight to speak about the health curriculum, and that if you do choose to spend the money to buy a new curriculum, I would ask that you include all supplemental materials with that. I'm the parent of an elementary age student. She just finished the 4th grade. And as a parent, I believe it's essential that the curriculum used to teach our students is medically accurate, age appropriate, science-based, and then it provides solid health information that reflects the breadth of students' experiences and identities, which means acknowledging that science has long moved beyond the outdated concept that gender is as simple as XX and XY. Determination of biological sex is staggeringly complex, involving not only anatomy, but an intricate choreography of genetic and chemical factors that unfolds over time. The materials that you have before you today have been through a multi-year process of careful vetting and review by a wide variety of people, educators, parents, district staff, and other members of this community. Each step has included opportunities for parents and other members of the public to make themselves aware of what's proposed and offer their input and suggestions. And of course, as it was stated a couple times, is that there is all parents must be notified at least 2 weeks before any class or program that includes content involving human reproduction or sexual topics. Parents can review that material and then withdraw their child from that activity if they wish, which means that it is possible to provide accurate information to our students while still allowing families' individual values to be respected. We live in a diverse community that includes individuals and families from many different walks of life. Our kids are going to go out into an even more diverse world. They themselves add to this diversity, each of them bringing their own unique outlooks, identities, and selves to the table, as they should. That's one of the many reasons why it's so important that this curriculum includes descriptions of and around sexual orientation and gender identities. Each one of our kids deserves to have their value and their personhood be respected and included by the materials that they are learning from. And each one, whatever their sexual orientation and gender identity might be, deserves access to medically accurate, developmentally appropriate, science-based, and personally relevant health education.
Ms.
Let's please
Janesco,
help make
that
sure
is
that
your
they have the
time.
knowledge and skills they'll need. Thank you.
Thank you. And ma'am, if you could please state your name, spell your last name, place of residence.
My name is Kristen Schupp, SCHUPP. I live off Farmers Loop. I am the parent and step-parent to 4 children. My eldest just graduated from Hutch, and the younger 3 will be in 8th, 9th, and 10th grades this coming school year. So the health curriculum materials are very relevant to our family. Last week, I went to review the books in question, and I found that the health textbook that students received to be overall well-rounded and factual, except that it was lacking in comprehensive sexual health information. And while I appreciate the robust section on how to be successfully abstinent in the student textbook, teens do in fact have sex. So students need to know how to have safe sex should they choose to be sexually active as a teen or as an adult, because hopes and prayers do not prevent STIs or pregnancy. The supplemental text that would only be distributed to teachers was much more impressive in its coverage on this topic, with a wide array of options with explanations for engaging in safe sex. It also addressed the diversity that was lacking in the student text by including explanations about the differences between biological sex and gender, identity and expression, and sexual and romantic orientations. The inclusion of the LGBTQIA+ community and issues in educational curriculum is critical in helping youth to more comprehensively learn about themselves, their peers, their family members, and members of the community. Queer people exist, they are valid, and they deserve respect. The information in the supplemental teacher's manual is all information I wish that I had had when I was a teen, and that I definitely want my children and their peers to be learning about. For those parents who do not feel the same as I do, they can always opt their children out of those learning opportunities. However, I believe that the benefit to all students receiving the same information is that they will be on the same page. They'll be able to understand the same terminology and information, and it will help them to be able to communicate with each other and have those really important conversations. Knowledge is power, and we need to be empowering our children to make smart, healthy choices. Please include the teacher's supplemental material as an available option for educating our youth on these very relevant topics, and perhaps consider making it the standard requirement and not just optional. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any additional?
My name is Flora Roddy, R-O-D-D-Y. I live in Fairbanks. I haven't read the books, so I can't comment on the content of the books or the supplements, but what I want to comment on is the process. The process for materials review is that the board is given notice, the public is given notice in the newspaper and different areas of communication. The first time we had these books up for review, there was 3 days during spring break, and I believe 5 or 6 days in the coming days after spring break. It also included science and English materials. We had a total of only 15 people come review the materials during that first public review and comment session. In this second review, before the deadline, I believe we had 14, which is just one below the whole time before. No one should be surprised by the content of the books because everyone is given an opportunity to read and peruse the books. If something's coming up that people don't know about, it's not because we didn't give them an opportunity to look. So I just want to, and then in the days after the comment period was open, which was last Friday, we've had 6 or 8 people come look at the materials. So I just want to remind people that opportunities are given along the way, along this whole process. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Roddy, if you'll hold. I believe Ms. Matheson, do you have a clarifying question for Ms. Roddy? Go ahead.
Hi, Ms. Roddy. Thank you so much for being here today. So you said 15, 14, and maybe 6 to 8 people came in and looked at the material.
Yes, we kept a tally sheet. So the first time was 3 days during spring break, and then the whole week after, and then maybe a day or two after that. That was 15 people came.
Well, my question is, with such a small amount of people showing up, is there a problem with sharing this information so that parents feel comfortable coming in, or making sure that the word gets out that they know that they can come in and look at this material?
What we do is we put an ad in the newspaper, and I'm sure it goes on our Facebook page. And also, between January and March, each school had these materials in their teachers' lounges for the staff to look at for one whole week. So the staff also had time to look at these before the board got a chance to hear the readings. So I'm not sure what more we can do to advertise that they're available for the public to look at.
All right, thank you, Ms. Roddy. Ms. Roddy, and thank you, Ms. Matheson.
Did you have a question?
Is there anyone else? And we have reached our 7 o'clock. We have reached our 7 o'clock. Then you can come ahead and finish your testimony.
Thank you, Lisa Meath, MEATH Fairbanks. I wanted to urge the school board to adopt the comprehensive program, including the supplemental materials. They contain information on risks and protective factors, which are really essential. Alaska is a state, as you well know, with high rates of domestic violence, STIs, unwanted pregnancies, suicide rates. The status quo is not working. The materials, as have been stated, have been lots of opportunities for vetting by educators, by the community at large. The curriculum department has done a great job making those available. Also has been mentioned that guardians can opt out. That's always been a choice. There's policy in place for that. Ms. Moline earlier mentioned the partnerships and the importance of partners in educational efforts. Well, we know what the medical community, reproductive health professionals, public health professionals are telling us. This is important education for all of our students. So let's make sure that we are promoting the health and welfare of all students and not just some. As family, as parents, I'm a parent of 3 myself, we have opportunities to opt out if that's something that we so choose. But this comprehensive material needs to be available for all of our students. And it's June, and I wanted to wish a happy Pride Month as well.
Thank you, Ms. Mead, for your testimony. And with that, we will close public testimony. Were there any board comments or questions? Okay. I'm going to start with our student representative, Mr. Lopez.
Hi. So I support the ultimate goal of health teachings of sex ed in general. However, the human sexuality supplemental I find hurts the intended goal of the overall section. There's been people saying about parent, guardian, people can opt out. However, I feel that if there is a small section in parent and guardians opt out based upon one small section, it would hurt the intended overall message of just clarifying on that one section rather than not getting the whole section at all. So if they only do it based on that one point. So I'm going to vote no on this issue based upon that reason, and yes.
Thank you. Ms. Moretti, did you have your hand up?
Yep, thank you. Today, I won't name names, but a board member said that as board members, we must sacrifice our personal values in order to make the best decisions for the community as a whole. And I appreciate and respect her for hopefully modeling that tonight. I hope that we don't take humanity and human rights away from so many people by voting against the material just because we don't personally like it. Another board member said that the material being talked about tonight is controversial and not facts. And I just want to say that someone's gender identity and sexual orientation is not a social issue. They are medically accurate and federally protected classes. While speaking to a highly respected education expert last week while I was reviewing the materials, they stated that without comprehensive sex ed material, including contraceptives, LGBTQ+, and gender theories, students are going to pick up sexual health information from sources other than schools, like peers, media, and other unvetted and potentially untrusted sources. And sometimes that information is going to be not accurate or biased. These materials that we're talking about tonight are reviewed and vetted by over 20 experts across the country. Lastly, in regards to the lack of support for the addendums, which between email, survey, and public testimony is half, someone very wise recently said that to exclude LGBTQ+ information from new health textbooks would be to fail to acknowledge their identities. Failing to acknowledge their identities is to essentially erase them. To erase someone is to deny their humanity and therefore their human rights. LGBTQ+ inclusion is a human right. All of our students deserve humanity and human rights, and our community deserves humanity and human rights. I urge the board to vote in favor and support all of the material that the curriculum committee, that our education experts, and that our community has already approved. Thanks.
Are there any additional? Okay, Ms. Barnett.
Thank you, President Sanderson. I'm going to let everyone know that I plan to vote no on this. I take a different approach, though. Right now, we are currently in negotiations heading into arbitration, and we tell our teachers that we can't afford to give them anything. We can't afford to pay them. We can't afford to give them raises. We can't afford nothing right now. That's the story. That's what we're telling them. And our teachers deserve our respect and our thoughtfulness. And when it comes to our budget, that means even $122,551. Even if that is minuscule, that is a chunk of change that we could put into our fund. That is a chunk of change that we can use to pay for training for the AK Reads Act, to be able to afford to give our teachers some time off so that they can get the training for the AK Reads Act. Bottom line is, this is $122,551 altogether with everything that is included. And my vote is no, because I would like to use this $122,551 for something else, something more financially, fiscally responsible. Thank you.
Mrs. Smith?
Thank you. I'd like to acknowledge that I did say today that when you serve on the board, you have to serve the interests of the public, not only your own interests. And to that end, I approve of the sex ed or the health book in general, including the human reproduction and sexuality section, which is completely contains things that are contrary to my own personal faith. My core, deeply held beliefs in human dignity are not represented in the materials, in my decision to present those materials. So I am living my call to others through that decision. I would also like to say that I am against the supplemental materials. I hear what Ms. Burnett is saying, but when I reviewed the health book, I found the material to be very modern and updated, and the way that it was presented to be very tasteful. There were some things in there that I laughed at, like that climate change is a health issue and things like that. But I thought it was done in a way that was reasonable, that presented it as a thought, not as a decision that's made for you that you're going to be asked yes or no, is it, and there's a right or wrong answer. I like the way generally that the book presented material, and that it was very modern and addressed a lot of issues that were really relevant in a really relevant way to students. The other books that we have are from like 2007, 2014. I can see it's almost 20 years, a 2007 health book. So I'm not fully against purchasing the health books. I'm against the supplements because we can't afford them. It's not, $10,000 is not the cost of the supplements. The trust of the public is the cost of the supplement. It is a clearly controversial issue. By putting it into our approved materials, it approves bringing those controversial materials into and subjects purposefully into the classroom to initiate those conversations that are controversial. And everything that you hear about people who are anti-public education are about these kinds of things. And it's the controversy that the materials are creating in a time when we literally cannot afford controversy. I poured my soul into advocating for funding for education. And the argument constantly was school is constantly introducing controversy into the public, into our families, and into our classrooms. Let's not do that. Let's be reliable, trustworthy organization that we claim to be. We cannot afford the $10,000 supplement because of the controversy that it creates in our community. We need to be a core of respectful responsibility all around. And in our materials, we need to evaluate our approved curriculum. And all of the bullet points under reproduction and sex education in our approved curriculum are met in the health book itself. I sat with the health book, read every word in the human reproduction section, and checked off every task from the, Ms. Roddy gave me the curriculum, printed out nicely, check, check, check. So what we approved as our curriculum that we want our students to know is met in the health book. Adding the supplement only creates controversy that we cannot afford.
Ms. Hardy?
So I agree with a lot of what has already been said, so I don't need to rehash a lot of it. The health curriculum is 7 years old, but I also am a teacher. I'm somebody who has actually taught in 5th grade when we first introduced this material to my 5th graders. That's when we first cover human sexuality and reproductives with our students. And I went and I reviewed the curriculum. I hadn't at the last meeting. I'm the one who tabled it, and I wanted to see it and look over it because you shouldn't make a vote on something, especially something controversial, without having all the information in front of you. And like Ms. Smith said, the health book itself is very comprehensive. It involves a lot of things that I wish I had known as a graduate of our local Fairbanks school system that I wasn't equipped with, I wasn't taught in my time going through health in our schools. It is valuable and needed information. I taught at Hutchison back when it had the teen parenting options program. And I can tell you that those students desperately could have used this information. That we have Alaska is known for having an unbearably high teen pregnancy rate. And a lot of that is due to misinformation. And I appreciated that the textbooks go through and say, it's a myth. Did you know that you can get pregnant the first time? Lots of people think you can't. That is the kind of information that exists on the internet. That is the kind of misinformation that gets young teens in trouble because, as another testifier said, teens are going to have sex. They were having sex when people were far younger, and they're still doing it today. That is just part of the society we live in. This is not a new problem. We all can admit that that happens. So, as we've said, the health textbook is a needed update. It's 20 years old. We need more accurate information. As far as the addendum goes, that I found to have even more comprehensive information. The very first section, if you haven't seen it, mentions LGBTQ identities and different things. And for me, that was reaffirming to see in there. I know and love people in my family who hold those identities. And as I said when I campaigned, those identities are not political. Those identities are brothers and sisters and children, and they deserve to be seen. So saying that that is controversial is saying that somebody's family is controversial. Whether or not you agree with that lifestyle doesn't mean that those people don't exist. Members of our board identify with that community. They exist, they are valid, they are human. And to have and if you look at it, it doesn't espouse any type of wrong or right. All it simply does is define terms. This is what this term means. Period, end of story. If we're going to educate kids, I think a dictionary definition is a pretty good place to start. And then the other thing is it is only $10,000 and it is only to be given to teachers. We are ordering a grand total of 40 books that are going to be given to educators to make informed decisions. As someone who has taught it and has been given a curriculum, you don't get through that whole book. There's no way. And you don't even get through every single chapter. And when you teach a chapter, you don't teach every single thing in that chapter. Oftentimes you are picking small little sections. It's hard enough to hold a teenager's attention for any period of time. Thinking they're going to read a textbook that's that thick is just not reasonable, not going to happen. We need our students to have informed information about their bodies, about reproduction, about what healthy relationships look like. All of that is vitally important and something I want my own children to have as they grow up. And I have children in elementary school who will have this curriculum because we keep them for around 20 years. So I'm not just making this decision thinking it doesn't affect me. It affects my kids. I know it affects lots of others, but that's why in Alaska state statute, you are able to opt out and that you have 2 weeks notice prior, so nobody's surprising and nobody's trying to usurp a parental authority.
Okay, I have Mr. Dorn, then I'm going back to Ms. Smith, and then I'll take Colonel.
Thank you. The conversation that started last meeting and then continues tonight, I think it's really important that we have the conversation. I did take the opportunity, as so many others did, to go and review the materials in person. I did not read every word in the text, which was about 800 pages, but I did go through the text, went to the supplement, and I read it cover to cover, both for the middle school and the high school. There were several things that impressed me. One was that, and since our focus is on the supplemental, I'll guide my comments to that. They were easy to follow, and they were understandable. And the thing that I kept in mind is not just me as the reader, but our students. And I've been fortunate enough to teach 7 to 12 health class. I've worked with elementary in terms of the personal development presentations and working with students and staff members in co-presenting as a principal. And so I really kept that student in mind. The thing that struck me is that in the supplemental, and it is supplemental, it is a limited number. I do believe, and perhaps administration can correct me, that the actual dollar amount listed is about $5,600. Am I correct on that?
I think that the 10,000 that was mentioned earlier includes the online access. That's why there's a difference.
That's
in
why
that
the
money.
difference. Okay, thank you. So a small amount, it's primarily for teachers. But more importantly, if I look at it for students, the first unit lesson in the supplemental does talk about identities, sexual identity. And what impressed me with it was basically a vocabulary lesson. It was non-judgmental, but it was inclusive. And the fact that the terms that were identified and defined or described are terms that we hear every day. We have heard it in this boardroom for at least the last 6 years, for at least the last 20 years that I've been in this district, that has been at the forefront of conversations. We hear it in the news on a regular basis. And knowing students are going to ask. And I'd rather have a good definition. The last 10 years, I have had to actively push myself to really do some more research. And the latest was just last week, finding out about some research that the X chromosome carries hundreds of more genes than the Y chromosome. I didn't know that, but it's certainly very interesting when you look at the big picture. I had to go to my wife, who's has her doctorate in biology, is a longtime 40-year teacher of biology. And I said, is this true? And she said, oh yes, it's been around for quite a while. That opens up quite a bit of doors in looking at how people identify. The fact is, we have parents, we have students, we know people who take a variety of views regarding themselves. I thought the supplemental was very good at keeping a factual, not pushing an agenda, not pushing one thing or another. As it went on through, it was very good in talking about how you treat each other. I kept going back to conversations that I've had with students, that I've heard students have among themselves, that parents have had, that parents who came to me in my role as a principal, in my role as a teacher, students who came across the board. And I also thought that these materials and the way it was presented really complement what the state requires us to teach in terms of awareness about date rape, violence, dating violence, abuse awareness, preventive training, sexual assault awareness, sexual abuse, that is required by the state, and these complement it. They didn't use any that I could find inflammatory presentations. They kept it factual, but I think they also really met where students would be. Students will ask the questions. We've had them come and testify. We need to be able to know what we're talking about, and I thought that gave a good listing that would help me and help me be able to say, if I was the teacher, okay, this is this, but you might want to talk to your parents. You might want to talk to others. You know, young people will go out and find information. I was in a group not too long ago, and somebody said it wasn't related to this, okay, specifically, but it was about, the question came up, how many of us in the group had received education from our parents regarding sex? And I will tell you, this was an older group. Most of us in there, we'll say average age 70. Okay. There was less than half the group that said they had that conversation. Okay. I never had it with my parents. Students today talk about this. It's a healthier conversation. And at least having the conversation, they can ask the question, then they can do their research, they can talk to people, they'll make their own decisions, and I have trust in them with that. But I thought the materials were straightforward. They were also age appropriate. I liked the fact that there was a difference in the middle school approach and the high school approach. It said to me, as the authors were cognizant of those they, yes, I'll finish up here, were cognizant of those they were writing for. And when I pictured myself in terms of students, I have great confidence and trust in them, but they will ask the questions. And we need to give them an answer and then guide them where they can get more detailed information. And this material did say, yes, get good information. So I was pleased with what I saw.
I believe Ms. Smith had her hand up, and then Colonel Alvarado.
Thank you. I would just like to say that when I filled out the feedback form, it said, will your students see themselves in this material? I just was done. I've been there for a long time. And I said, yeah, sure. There's like, my kids are white kids. There's white kids in the pictures. It's American-ish. My kids are Americans. Sure. But come to think of it, since we're really into being representative and making sure that everyone's values are represented, my family is not represented whatsoever in the health textbook or the supplement. We are very seriously dedicated Catholics. We find birth control is dehumanizing, and they don't even mention the type of fertility regulation that our family will teach to our children. So we're not represented whatsoever in these materials. And if we're talking about representing everyone, we should talk about representing everyone. Because it's not just everyone who says they're special, it's everyone.
Colonel Alvarado.
What I'm going to say right now is meant to be consistent with how we see things in the Department of Defense. And as a 26-year colonel and someone who's been a commander for over 7 years, I'm going to vote in support of it because, as we all know, our armed forces is an all-volunteer representative of the very best that our nation provides. That's men, that's women, that's regardless of sexual orientation, religion. We are, and what makes us strong as a DoD and as a nation is we're representative of all. And the fact of the matter is, in my time as a commander, I've had countless members from the LGBTQ community, amongst others, that still have a very hard time coming to terms or having discussions. And the reality is in the DoD, we welcome all. If you want to serve your country, we welcome all. So for me to say no would not be consistent with what we are in the DoD, which is accepting of all who want to serve our country. So I want to make it very clear that is exactly why I'm going to be saying yes, because that is who we're taking, anybody and everyone. And there is probably a good amount of folks that could probably benefit and appreciate some of the education that this could potentially afford. So we are not, as they come into the military, it is not such a struggle. And unfortunately, we have seen that human struggle of coming to terms when education may have helped a little bit. It doesn't diminuate some of the other points that I've heard here. Ms. Barnett, she had a very good point. The fact that we have to pick between something that could help somebody from an educational perspective and paying teachers, that's a very difficult discussion that hopefully gets resolved down the road. But the fact of the matter is we accept all, and I will be saying yes, because we want these folks who are going to get an education here one day to join us and continue to defend our nation. Thank you.
Okay, okay, I'll have Ms. Hardy, then Ms. Marani, and then Mr. Dorn.
I just want to correct the record. I also read the addendums from cover to cover. They are heavy abstinence, multiple places, not just one place, again and again and again. Abstinence is the only way to 100% prevent a pregnancy. Abstinence is the only way to 100% prevent an STI. And then it goes through and talks about tons of birth control, ones I didn't even know. And ones that I had heard and been familiar with, and to think that one of them isn't the one practice. There was measuring temperature and how that, it talked about the effectiveness of each separate one. It talked about, I mean, it even talked about pulling out. So to think that nowhere in there is the contraceptive method of choice would be one that I really have never heard of. It talked from every last thing you could possibly think of. It was very comprehensive.
So I'd just like to poll the board if we have nothing new to add, that we have a full agenda of some other items that we need to cover tonight. So, Ms. Moretti.
Thanks. There's just some information I want to clarify. It was said that we should not revise the curriculum at all. And I also heard that the main text, the one that's exclusive of the LGBTQ contraceptives and gender definitions, that the main text meets our board-approved curriculum standards. However, relationships is in both middle school and high school board-approved health curriculum standards. And without that supplemental material, we are not providing our students with an updated education of what relationships look like in the 21st century. And lastly, the supplemental material about unwanted sexual activity to include consent, sexual harassment, and sexual assault. That's all included in those supplementals. It's not just LGBTQ, gender theories, contraceptives. It has very important information that is extremely relevant to a state that has the highest sexual assaults in the nation. So for that reason alone, we should adopt the supplemental material, but there are many reasons why we should.
I have a question that I'd like to ask Mr. Bean. Who has access to the online supplemental material?
We would give access only to the teachers. And then what could happen is if there is something in that supplemental booklet that they want to assign to a student, then they can assign that specifically, of course, only after going through the 2 weeks, talking to the parents and then that kind of thing. So students would not have access to the book itself or to the computer part until the teacher gives it.
Follow-up clarification, once the teacher gives access, then they have, again, they have access to everything, and, okay.
No, it's my understanding that they would give access to that one assignment.
Again, with parents being able to
Yes,
opt out, and, okay, thank you. Okay, I believe I had Mr. Dorn, Ms. Smith.
Thank you, and I'll be much shorter at this time around. As a couple of board members have mentioned now, that this isn't just an LGBTQ thing. That's one little small piece, albeit an important piece within that supplemental. The fact that it does cover factually the whole range of sexual reproductivity for humans and things to consider. And I think that's, to me, one of the best things about it is when you take it as a whole, it is factual, it's non-judgmental, it does address students' developmentally where they are as teens, that these are things they already talk about. Actually, some may be listening tonight. We talk about it. They, but it's more important that it's their feelings that they go through, and I have to go back, you know, and not only teens that I've known very, very recently, but going back to when I was a teen. We know we had these conversations. They may have been a little different vocabulary, they may have been a little different things, but this addresses the feelings, the emotions, the physicality, the considerations that you should be taking. And so, especially when I look at the whole, I think it is well presented. I trust our teachers as professionals to handle that professionally and appropriately for their group of students, and to work with families in that regard. So.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. This is a new question. I could be upset that the board has asked me to clarify my personal family planning method, but I will move on from that. I would like to know, through the chair, if we were to adopt such controversial materials, and then the teachers have the materials, and Mr. Beam said they can assign materials from the controversial materials to students. What are we counting as notification? Because if parents are notified that we're doing human sexuality and reproduction 2 weeks from now, and they say, hey, there's my kid's health book, I trust it, I like it, we're doing human sexuality, I'm gonna let my kid be in that class, and then their teacher's assigning them assignments from this controversial supplement, are they notified? That's a question.
Mr. Bean, could you answer that one?
Yes, that, from the way that I'm understanding the question, that they certainly would be notified for anything that is human sexuality. The board policy that you all are taking on later on tonight, I believe states that it needs to be 2 weeks notice up front. So I think that's what you're asking. If it's not, please clarify the question.
Thank you. No, that is not what I was asking.
Okay.
I understand that 2 weeks from now, my student is going to be having a human sexuality chapter. Okay, I signed the paper. If I came in and I said, can I see the book? I read the book. I'm okay with the book. But then the teacher has behind the scenes the supplemental materials that we're about to approve or not, hopefully not, but that's what they're using to teach the class. Now, I haven't been notified of this controversial issue. The teacher's assigning an assignment out of here. It's not on the curriculum. It's not in the book, but the teacher is assigning this controversial information to my student, and I haven't been notified because the law and our policy says each and every time you need to opt out. So how am I going to be notified that the teacher has the option to present these materials to my student to know to opt out of them?
I believe I'm having a hard time following the question, but I think I'm following. And so every time a teacher would assign, or not even assign, just say, hey, on this next coming up Friday, we'll be talking about X, whatever X is. And I'm letting the families know because you need 2 weeks notice. And then if a family opts out, then on that day, the student will have another thing to do.
Okay, you have a clarification?
Yeah, I'm just so sorry. So we're only teaching human sexuality and reproduction on one day?
No, ma'am.
That's like, this is what
I see what you're saying.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
So
it's
Ms.
like
Smith,
it's a
Mrs.
section.
Smith.
I get you. If there were a full unit on human sexuality that a family chose to opt out of, they could certainly do that. Oh, I see what you're saying.
Okay, Ms. Hardy, and then we need to go to Ms. Burnett.
I just want to help because I think I understand Ms. Smith's thing. What is the specificity of the notification so that parents understand the objection here is maybe they do not want their child to have a lesson on gender identity and sexuality? How do we make sure that they are opting out of that specifically and not the entire curriculum?
Yes, we could do that. I would not, to be honest, I wouldn't say that we have it down to those details yet of what that would look like. Again, going back to, I believe that you all are taking on this policy later on tonight, and then we would have, create that AR to kind of follow along with that. Now I'm understanding is that somebody could opt out of a small section of a unit or a chapter and still participate in the rest of it. That's something that we could certainly arrange.
Okay, now Ms. Burnett.
Thanks, President Sanderson. I just wanted to express my complete disappointment and utter regard for our budget. Again, we have teachers who need a contract. We have CEC, we have board travel, we have charter schools wanting more funding. I mean, it's total disregard for our budget, just saying.
Hey, Mr. Dorn, I think you're the last comment, and we hopefully will move forward with the rest of our agenda.
Okay, just speaking for myself, that we've approved a budget for curriculum materials. We will come back to our budget and revisiting of that. This is whether we buy something at this moment or not is less of the issue as what the approved materials are. So.
So as board president, you've not heard from me tonight concerning the textbooks and this whole entire issue. So having 35 years inside the district and working with all students, something that Colonel Alvarado said, I have testified in Juneau and at the Borough Assembly. Public school is the only entity that opens its doors to every student. We still get some things wrong. We get most of it right, but we're the only ones who take every child. And I have had students who have identified other than orientation. My room was considered a safe learning environment for them. This is before we had this strategic plan in our mission statement. We make resolutions. Our resolutions say we believe this or we support that. And we have come to terms and had quite a dialogue here on our board concerning our resolutions. But it's to say people are not invisible. They are here living amongst us, functioning and doing what all of us are engaged in, whatever activities, teachers, professors, doctors, lawyers, the whole thing. Students are wrestling with so many different decisions. I am in total support of the books. I went and I looked at them. I sat and I read them. They seem to not make judgmental kinds of statements. There's one or two things that you could differ on. My own value system is not represented in that book, in the supplemental. I have a different value system, but my value system is not what will be being taught to our students in this district. If that was possible, there would be a whole set of people sitting out here staring at us and testifying tonight. I believe the book is comprehensive. I believe it's done in a good format. I do struggle with the supplemental part of the supplementals. So I will vote to purchase our books because we need updating. The books are old and the students need the new information. The graphics that I saw in the books are the same things, well, dating myself, when you had an encyclopedia, it had all the graphs in it. It had things, colors, and, it defined and gave definitions. It had your review questions. It's a good, as far as I could see, it didn't make, and this is the only thing I can come back to, it didn't make judgmental. It stated a fact. It made a statement. And I will support having those books in place for our students. I still am wrestling with the supplemental part of what we will be supplying for students. I think the only way that I can weigh it is that because parents have the literal right, which that right has never been taken away from parents. I know there's a new uprising saying that parent rights have been usurped or taken away, but that is not true. I've educated 3 students in this district, and there have been so many times that I, as a parent, went to the teacher and said, "You're studying X or this subject. That is not my value. I don't want my student to participate in that, and I want an alternative assignment." It was done. It was never an issue. 3 students, 2 boys and a girl. So I think there are so many things that I see that we have tried to put in place so that parents' rights are right there on the forefront. Teachers are very aware of all of these situations and what they will be functioning under. I think that the only additional thing that we need as a board is to maybe track as things come in. Were people made aware? Did they get notified? I think we should track that and be aware of that so that we can know whether or not the decision we made was carried through and parents were honored in that way. So that's my my statement on the books tonight. And Ms. Smith,
I'd like to amend the motion.
okay, go ahead.
I'd like to remove as submitted and insert without the human sexuality supplements.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion, Ms. Smith?
I think I said my piece.
Okay, Ms. Richardson, would you please call for the roll? The vote.
Mr. Lopez,
Yes.
Colonel Alvarado,
No.
Mrs. Smith,
Yes.
Mrs. Hardy,
No.
Miss Marati,
No.
Mr. Doran,
No.
Mrs. Burnett,
Yes.
Mrs. Matheson,
Yes.
Mrs. Sanderson.
No.
Motion failed.
So we are back on the main motion. Would you please read it again? Would you read the motion again? Whoever has it.
Move to adopt curriculum materials proposed for grades 6 through 8 and 9 through 12, health materials as submitted.
Would you call for the vote, Ms. Richardson?
Colonel Alvarado,
Yes.
Mr. Lopez,
No.
Miss Marati,
Yes.
Mr. Doran,
Yes.
Mrs. Burnett,
No.
Mrs. Matheson,
No.
Mrs. Smith,
No.
Mrs. Hardy,
Yes.
Mrs. Sanderson.
No.
Motion failed.
Wait, what? Did you, Troy, do?
So there's a clarification on the vote.
Yep.
I had 3 yeses and 4 nos.
To adopt the the curriculum, the new textbooks.
Correct. The main motion. 4 noes, 3 yeses.
I would, I would like to call for a reconsideration of the vote.
Oh, second.
Okay.
Mr. Lopez,
No.
Colonel Alvarado,
Yes.
Miss Marati,
Yes.
Mr. Doran,
Yes.
Mrs. Burnett,
No.
Mrs. Matheson,
No.
Mrs. Smith,
Nope.
Mrs. Hardy,
Yes.
Mrs. Sanderson.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Okay. So now and the main motion is to the whole package? Okay. Would you call for the vote? On the main motion, which is to, okay. Okay, is there a clarification?
Can I?
Yes, please.
Okay, so we just voted to reconsider, and that passed. So now we have to come back to actually the motion, the main motion, which is to adopt the curriculum materials proposed for grades 6 to 8 and 9-12 health materials as submitted. A yes will pass, will in favor of it. A no is not for adoption.
Okay.
So
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Richardson.
Colonel Alvarado,
Yes.
Mr. Lopez.
No.
Mrs. Matheson,
No.
Mrs. Smith,
No.
Mrs. Hardy,
Yes.
Miss Marati,
Yes.
Mr. Doran,
yes.
Mrs. Burnett,
No.
Mrs. Sanderson.
No, but what I would like to do is to
Motion
get the
failed.
textbooks without the supplements. So I misunderstood on the first vote that we did. I'm so sorry. That's my intent. So
You, there's two.
So,
No.
yes. So we can rescind, or we could amend a previous decision. Yes, please, we'll take a 5-minute recess to get this right. We'll come back to order. And before we do, there's a set of keys. Is anybody missing? Set of keys?
New car.
Keys. Okay, they'll just be up here. So we're going to reconsider Mrs. Smith's, it's what I want to do, reconsider Mrs. Smith's motion, which would be to purchase the textbooks without the supplemental. And the purpose of the reconsidering a vote is to permits a correction of hasty, ill-advised, or erroneous action, or is to take into account additional information or changed situation that has developed since taking the vote. And I voted on the prevailing side, so in order to, I can move the reconsideration. This means that if the motion passes, the member voted for it. If the motion failed, the member voted against it. So the original motion was debatable. Then the motion to reconsider, the motion itself can be debated. I don't think we need to debate it, but so now what would be on the floor is to reconsider Mrs. Smith's motion to purchase the textbooks without the supplemental. And do I need a second? I don't think I need a second.
Second.
So now, it's been moved and seconded, and, no,
On the reconsideration.
so now, no, there's no comment. So now we need to call. It's a reconsideration. Yeah, the motion has already been debated, and we could debate it. Ms. Smith, would you please repeat? Yes.
Well, the motion right now is to reconsider the move to amend. Would you like me to read what my amendment was?
Yes, please.
Okay. We're asking to reconsider when I move to adopt the curriculum materials proposed for grades 6 to 8 and 9 to 12, to delete as submitted and to add without the human sexuality supplements.
Okay. Right. So that's what's on the floor. Ms. Richardson, would you please call for the vote? The reconsideration.
Colonel Alvarado,
No.
Mr. Lopez,
Yes.
Mrs. Burnett,
Just for clarification, this is just to reconsider, and then we have a motion on the floor to, okay, yes, to reconsider.
Mrs. Matheson,
Yes.
Mrs. Smith,
Yes.
Mrs. Hardy,
No.
Miss Marati,
No.
Mr. Doran,
No.
Mrs. Sanderson.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Okay. So now the motion on the floor is to adopt the materials without the supplement, with the amendment on the floor. Ms. Richardson, would you call? Yes.
Thank you, President Sanderson. I just want to make a quick comment. I am going to support this without the supplement. My ties are to our budget, 100%. If we are going to pass something, I do approve passing of this health book. All children in our district are absolutely important and absolutely matter. And my vote in no way is in any kind of deterrence whatsoever of that. I just want to make it clear that I 100% support and back every child in our district, and I will support doing this without the supplemental.
Okay, Ms. Richardson, go ahead.
Can we clarify what yes or no means now?
Yes, sir. Ms. Murad, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I want the public to know that Mr. Beam sent the board members the cost of the supplemental. It was $10,000. And that is immaterial compared to the budget that we have, and there are funds that we can use to fund this. So anyone that's saying that it's because of the cost, I feel like that's a cop-out, and I can't believe that we're debating $10,000 right now.
All right, Ms. Richardson, would you call the vote, please? Oh, I'm sorry. The clarification would be yes, a yes vote would adopt the books without the supplemental, a no vote. Mr. Dorn?
Sorry, we're talking about the amendment to the main motion.
Right.
So this would just to adopt the amendment. Then we will have to go back to the main motion.
This is to adopt the amendment. So, Ms. Richardson, and so a yes vote is that we adopt the amendment. A no vote is that we vote it down. Go ahead, Ms. Richardson.
Mr. Lopez,
Yes.
Colonel Alvarado,
No.
Mr. Doran,
No.
Mrs. Burnett,
Yes.
Mrs. Matheson,
Yes.
Mrs. Smith,
Yes.
Mrs. Hardy,
No.
Miss Marati,
No.
Mrs. Sanderson.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Main motion is amended. A yes vote would be that we adopt the books without the supplemental, and a no vote would vote it down. Mr. Dorn, do you have a clarification?
I have a comment. I will support the main motion as amended because of the fact that we should get updated materials. I am disappointed that we are leaving out, and perhaps the message, and I know that's not what, I can only speak for myself, that I hope the message from me is not that we are looking in any way to discriminate or carve out any part of our community. I respect the board's decision, and that is now our decision, not to get the supplemental at this time, but that we make sure that as we provide information, education for children, for our students, that we make sure that the message is clear that they are included and they are welcome in our schools.
Ms. Hardy?
I will be voting no, but it's because I know that there is enough votes on this board to pass it. I would like to echo Mr. Doran that I believe that we need this new curriculum and that we need updated information. So it is not that I do not approve of that curriculum.
Ms. Marati?
I will also be voting no, but not because I am not in support of comprehensive sex education and health curriculum. It is only because I feel like this is discriminatory against LGBTQ community and not comprehensive without the supplements.
Mrs. Smith?
Thank you. I will be voting yes because I have a financial fidelity to the school district to not create controversy, which will cost us funding from the legislature and the Borough Assembly, as it has already done this year. Not in order to discriminate against anyone, but in order to best protect the financial health of the district. Not about $10,000, but about the immeasurable cost of the loss of distrust by other lawmakers who decide our funding. Thank you.
Ms. Richardson, would you please call the vote?
Mr. Lopez,
Yes.
Colonel Alvarado,
No.
Miss Marati,
No.
Mr. Doran,
No.
Mrs. Burnett,
Yes.
Mrs. Matheson,
Yes.
Mrs. Smith,
Yes.
Mrs. Hardy,
No.
Mrs. Sanderson.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you. I voted yes because we need the new books, not to demonstrate against any of our students. I've had students from all across the district in my classroom. Now, we will move on to our new business. Do we have an amendment to this? Okay. The new business policy 126, parent involvement in education, is our first reading.
Move to approve first reading, public hearing, and advancement to second reading, and a vote of policy 126, parent involvement in education.
Second.
Okay, hold on here. This is the, to read from here, action item. Policy number 126, parent involvement in education, is proposed to be advised and is be before the board for its first reading. Are there any comments or? Is there anything from the administration on this policy 126?
Just as a kind of a refresher on what this particular policy is addressing actually the district coming into compliance with the state law. And we do have Don Patassin from CDOR's office that should be getting on any minute now. He's been working with us on this one, so I've invited him to be here for the discussion and answer questions if it's appropriate. But just this particular policy is in place because we were out of compliance with state law.
Yes, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, President Sanderson. I have a question to the administration. When this was presented to us under reports a couple weeks ago, there were a number of questions that came up in terms of how this would be read. There were things from the members of the policy committee who said, we're in agreement to pass this policy out of committee onto the board and hoping the board would have conversation, but they raised a number of issues, especially how it might impact the ESSA, FEA, FPA in terms of its implementation reflected in the administrative regulations, or AR. Has the administration at this point, in response to those concerns, and let me ask that one, I have a follow-up question.
So are you asking, have we written any ARs yet? Or
No, I'm asking, thanks for the clarification, I'm asking, that'll come. Any response to those concerns that were raised in both policy committee and by the board in our discussion during the report?
Any response to the people that are concerned, like having conversations about what ARs would look like? I guess I still need just a little bit of clarification on what you're talking about.
Okay, there were a number of questions in terms of what some of the terms meant, how this is going to be played out in AR, and maybe I'll go to my second part of the question, which is really what is the plan to involve? You indicated both, I believe, in the policy committee, but at the last meeting that there was plans, thoughts at least, to involve FEA, FPA groups in terms of this.
Okay.
Is there a plan at this point? How do you plan to involve them and
At this
answer
point,
those concerns?
Yeah, sorry. So at this point, there is no written plan, but we will follow a process of including all of the different stakeholders in the writing of ARs. It's a process that we do regularly in the, especially when it's a policy that has had some questions brought up, and some of those questions as far as, defining terms and having it specific as to the steps and how they would be addressed. So we have not assembled any groups to begin that process. But in the writing of the ARs, that is usually our process.
And Mrs. Smith?
Thank you. I was only going to clarify what Mr. Dorn was saying, which was from the policy committee report that I gave, FEA rep was concerned that there were no educators involved in drafting the policy. And they felt disrespected, and I think Mr. Dorn wanted to make sure that we're going to remedy that and just be assured that we have a plan to not further have them feel disrespected by, just have a plan to make sure that at least FEA, which was the representative speaking here, but all of the stakeholders were represented. So I think you answered that by saying they will be, but that was the concern from my report, was that the I don't know how we call them, but the FEA and SF felt that they should have been involved in the drafting of this policy, so we hope they're better involved in the AR.
Yep. And so just as just kind of a refresh to the report that was given, this language is pretty much straight out of state statute. There was some concern about additional language that was in there and not in state statute. That has been taken out. So this is pretty much state statute, right out of the state expectation. There is language in there that is not state statute, but the language that was of concern to the policy committee, some of it's been omitted. So like I said, we have Mr. Patassin on the line if he'd like to add anything to that.
Mr. Patassi, are you there?
I'm hoping you can hear me okay.
Yes, we can. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, there's nothing much to add. It's a pretty straightforward process. What the administration is seeking is to adopt the policy, the necessary policy, and then to do a little bit of the legwork through administrative regulation, and that's completely above board with what the law requires in this instance.
All right, thank you. Ms. Marati?
Thank you. I'm not sure who this question is for, whether it's Mr. Patassin or the admin, but the law that this policy references is stated by the admin states, nothing in this section prohibits a school employee or volunteer from answering a question from a child about any topic. So my question is, why is this part of the law not in the policy if the policy is supposed to be about the law? And then my second question is also, why isn't the statute referenced in the policy like other policies do when they are directly related to a statute? So whoever wants to take that.
Yeah. So as far as putting the statute in, that's something that could be done and would be done once it was published. So could you say your first question again?
So the law that this policy is referenced states in the law, the words in the law state that nothing in this section prohibits a school employee or volunteer from answering a question from a child about any topic. So my question is, why is this not in the policy if that's what the law says?
Mr. Patassin, you want to take that one?
Oh, sure. As far as putting together a board policy, it's sort of, you want to make sure that you cover all the things that you certainly have to do. And, I think that what the proposed policy does is it ensures that the district is doing all the things that are required by law. As far as that, I am aware of the section that you're referring, and it says you're correct in what it says. Putting that into the board policy is an option. It's not something that's necessary for the actual board policy in this instance.
May I follow up? Sure. I mean, I don't typically disagree with attorneys, but I feel like by not including this section, our educators, what happens then is, does the policy, for lack of a better term, trump law, or does the law trump the policy? What happens in the classroom if a student asks a question and the educator needs to answer the question, then would they get in trouble for not following policy, even though the law says that it's okay for them to do that?
You know, I think you have to look at the intent of the law. And, one of the bigger parts of the law that you need to become into compliance with is the 2-week parental notification, for example. Now, that doesn't preclude the teacher, if a question were to arise, to answer the question, obviously. But, as far as notification goes, you have to have that in board policy. You don't have to affirm in a board policy that the teacher can always answer a specific question. I hope that helps. I'm not sure if I'm getting to the root of your question, though.
Okay, so we have Mrs. Smith, Mrs. Matheson, Mr. Dorn.
Thank you. Ms. Marani, I appreciate you asking this question because I asked this question also. And I got an answer that I will share with you, which is when you read, I have the policy in the book right here, that it is written as A, and A covers what is required by the law for school districts to implement. The policies must include, and then it's like these points, which are 6, which are all included in our policy. And then B is some clarifications. And the point that you're speaking about is one of the clarifications under point B. But what is required by the law is to meet the 6 points that are under A. So it is saying the policies must include procedures that do these 6 things. And then part B is about what it may not do. So it's not about this is what is required by the statute for us to include in our policy, are the 6 numbered paragraphs at the beginning. And the other are definitions and clarifications. So like what he's saying is we could include the definitions and clarifications. It's like 3 more paragraphs. It's not really that much. But what's required to meet the law is the first 6. So I think that the administration was, in our policy committee, it was clarified that we're just trying to meet the law. And some of the language that was taken out was kind of this stuff, where it started like clarifying or defining certain things. And then it just raised a lot of questions in the policy committee of like, well, who gets to say and what is that? There is very arguable that the statute is far from perfect. So we're doing what is just the sort of minimally required part to include in our policy. If someone wants to amend and put that in there, it's fine, but this is what's required by the law, is the 6 numbered parts.
Ms. Matheson?
I just have a question about number 2, the right to object and withdraw their student from activity, class, or program. Instead of opting out, can we opt in? Is that a possibility? In my education, opting in means that it's our responsibility to reach out and make sure that everyone is aware, and opting out is we're leaving it up to the student to tell their parents that this is happening, or I don't know if parents are reading their emails. I'm involved. That doesn't mean that all parents are involved. So is that a possibility to change it to an opt-in versus an opt-out?
Is that question for Mr. Mr. Potassi? Mr. Potassi, could you answer that question for us, please?
Yeah, I want to obtain some clarification. Which opt-in and opt-out are you referring to? Is it for reproduction classes or?
It says for any activity, class, or program. So
Yeah, what you're describing, I think if it's under that particular section, and I won't speak for Ms. Moline, but it'd be hard to run a district, in my view, if you had to opt into absolutely every program or activity, only to say, well, you never opted into this, so the curriculum doesn't apply at all to your student. it seems to me that it just as a function of trying to run the district, you'd want to have opt-out provisions for certain topics. But to say that students have to opt in for all aspects of their education, that'd be pretty tough, I think, to administer. But I won't speak to what type of hurdle that would be on the ground.
Yeah, so I'll just add a little something to that. By enrolling your kids in the district, you're opting in to the classes, to what we offer. Your enrollment indicates that as a parent, I'm going to partner with the Fairbanks North Star Borough School District in the education of my children. If at a point you don't want that particular part, then you would opt out. But by your enrollment, you're opting in, and by opting out, you're participating as a partner and saying, this is not what I want for my students, so we're going to opt out and they'll do something else. Does that make sense?
It does make sense. I'm worried about a testimony earlier today saying that we only had less than 1% participation in looking at the curriculum. So how are we certain that parents are aware? I mean, if it wasn't for me walking into the schools and getting to know the teachers and getting to know my children's friends, then that's my concern.
Yeah. No, I understand what you're saying, and I also understand the challenge of getting parents to engage at the level that you have. Like the testifier earlier said, we put it in the buildings, we put it everywhere we could think to put it. We advertised it, we invited people in, we made it as convenient as possible for folks to be involved. And that's what we can do. Outside of that, if you have some scathingly brilliant ideas of how to be different in what we're doing, I'm sure that we'd be happy to entertain them. But I think at this point, we can invite in, and by enrolling your students, you're agreeing to enter into partnership with us. And how you involve yourself in that partnership is unique as the individual. So we make opportunity, we invite in, we notify, we can email, we can call, we can do whatever we can do, and then parents make the choice on how they want to involve themselves.
Ms. Marati?
Thank you.
Sorry, who's next?
Okay, I'm gonna take Ms. Marati, Mr. Dorn, then I'm gonna get you. Okay, I didn't see your hand.
I move to amend the policy to include, after the last paragraph, the statute language that states nothing in this section prohibits a school employee or volunteer from answering a question from a child about any topic, as well as adding the statute that this policy references, which is AS 14.03.016.
Second.
Did you need to speak to it?
I think it's obvious I already did, but this just makes it in line with the law that it references and gives those that are looking at our policies a reference to look up for the law.
Mr. Dorn?
Thank you for that amendment. I'm fully in supportive of it. It's basically the only part of the policy of the state law that is not included in this policy. And I think it's extremely important for parents and for educators to know that this is in state law. And so I am fully supportive of it. I think that the concern that has come forward, people are going to read the policy. They're not necessarily going to go to the AR. And so they should have that full information. When this first came to the board as a report, I had real questions about it until I realized that this is what the law says. And In terms of policy, this is one of our clearer policies in quoting the law. So I think we should quote the full law. And this is a very, very important piece that's there that the legislators did factor in. They very, very specifically took an action to say this should be clear to parents and educators, while we're recognizing that parents' right to direct the education of the parent's child. So I think that it behooves us actually to include it rather than disclude it.
Mrs. Smith?
Thank you. I'm fine with putting that language into the policy and referencing the statute. It's fine, because we already have policy in AR regarding controversial topics. We already have pages and pages of guidance for our teachers how to directly address when a student asks a question about a controversial topic. So I feel confident in that process. I don't really see what the problem is with putting that in there. It's in there. We put the reference to the statute, only makes sense. Speaking to the policy in general and Ms. Matheson's statement about the opt-in, I understand your concerns about the opt-in, but our goal with this policy is simply to come into compliance with the state statute requirements. And we can address an opt-in for human reproduction and sexual matters with a different policy or a different procedure. But with this policy and this action, we just like really need to come into compliance with state law. We have actually a date that we must comply by, and we were directed by the Attorney General to do this action. And so there's really no reason not to include what Ms. Marati is asking. It seems to make sense and be fine. And then Ms. Moline, you asked if anyone had any brilliant and new ideas to engage parents. Well, I was speaking with Mr. Beam because I have a lot of concerns about the opt-out, and especially how the law says that you can't categorically opt out. You need to opt out for each thing that you want to opt out of. And I was, we had spoken here at the board before. Ms. Matheson said, well, when you sign the syllabus for the class, are you opting in, basically? Because it includes human reproduction. It would be more than 2 weeks before, things like that. But when you sign your kid up for school every year, even if they've been going there since they were born and they're a senior, we have to re-click all the forms. Just like dozens, it's relentless, all the forms. Do you know your kid can get a concussion from choir? We make them sign a paper that like a concussion form for choir. I don't understand why you can't get a consent or an opt-in or opt-out right there. That my student is allowed to participate in the human sexuality and reproduction unit. Okay, and so that would just address the specific health class or unit. Random stuff that I believe is inside the law and outside of health class, we have other ways that we're going to have to address that type of notification. But when your child is taking a health class, or health will be part of that, we have a giant clicky system of things that people consent to that are much more significant things that you consent to than this. So hopefully that's brilliant. And
Do we have any comment from the public on this policy?
USC, ROSELIUS, and I'm speaking to what the board has been talking about. To the superintendent's comments, if we're adding the language from the statute, it's ill-conceived to eliminate part of that language. The language that states that the employee or volunteers can answer questions from children, by excluding this section that makes that clear, it could lead to misunderstandings that could cost this district time and money to resolve. It would make sense to simply include all the statutory language, as many of you have noted. It is important also for this board to recognize and acknowledge that our teachers and staff and volunteers are always valuable resources for our students, and that teacher and staff are acknowledged in this way. And there's another point that I think could also be added in the definitions. It states that sexual abuse and sexual assault awareness and prevention training are required, and that dating violence and abuse awareness and prevention training are also required, and that this, some of this language doesn't affect those things. And I posit that prevention training is a different emphasis than the word mere prevention. And I would say that the prevention training verbiage should be added. I ask the board to make sure, since we are required to follow the letter of the law and add this to our policies, that we are indeed following the letter of the law. And as to Ms. Matheson's point, how would we know parents would know enough to opt their kids in? As Ms. Meelan says, they opted their kids into education, and that should be enough for most parents to think their kids are going to receive a full education, including health. If parents are so involved that they want their kids to opt out, we can let them opt them out, particularly since this board just made sure that students won't have access to appropriate updated health materials.
Thank you, Ms. Rosali. Okay, Mr. Dorn has a clarifying question for you.
I know you may not have a chance to read through the whole thing, but were you aware that, to your point about that training provided to students on awareness and prevention of sexual abuse, sexual assault, and dating violence and abuse is actually specifically cited in our policy from state law, that right does not extend to that training. So I think just to your point, to make sure that was
Okay.
included.
So the training is included
It is.
now? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Back to the board, I think we can call for the vote. On the amendment.
Mr. Lopez,
Yes.
Colonel Alvarado,
No.
Mrs. Smith,
Yes.
Mrs. Hardy,
Yes.
Miss Marati,
Yes.
Mr. Doran,
Yes.
Mrs. Burnett,
Yes.
Mrs. Matheson,
Yes.
Mrs. Sanderson.
Yes.
Motion carried.
The main motion is amended. Mr. Dorn, clarification?
No, it's a comment regarding the, as we move forward with this, that I am in support of it. It does address the law, the legal issue that was brought to the district's attention, closely follows the law and the intent of the legislature. The thing that I would like to really ask is that if this passes to second reading, that we, which I'm assuming would then take place in August, that's our next regular meeting, that we would have some indication by that time, the real plan for the administrative regulations, the develop of those, and that those come back to the board. I know it's not for our approval, but for our input, because especially in the absence of state regulation on this and current conversation in the state regarding this section of the law, that we should stay well informed on that.
Thank you. Next, our policy is policy 939.
No, we have to vote on it.
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Richardson, please. We're going to vote on the motion.
Alvarado,
Yes.
Matheson,
Yes.
Mrs. Smith,
Yes.
Mrs. Sanderson.
Yes.
Motion carried.
All right, thank you, Ms. Richardson.
Joya, move to extend till 10 o'clock.
Second.
We extend to 10 o'clock.
Can we take a 5-minute recess?
Can we do this next policy? Okay, we will. Yeah, okay, thank you. Policy 939, Building Education Success Together, Best Correspondence Program, first reading.
Move to approve first reading, public hearing, and advancement to second reading and vote of the policy 939, Building Education Success Together Correspondence Program.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? To Mr. Dorn.
Okay, I have a question regarding why we're including a provision that in order to be part of BEST, they must reside in the state of Alaska.
Looking at.
So I'll let Mr. Minor answer that question, but I think it comes into the compliance, the requirement of correspondence school in the state of Alaska. But Mr. Minor?
Yeah, that's exactly correct. And we wanted it to be clearly articulated for our homeschool families because we do get that question quite often if they can reside out of state and continue enrollment within BEST. As we talked about last time, though, there are some exemptions for military-connected students as part of the military compact. So we do work with our military-connected students as they're transferring in and out of the district.
Okay, so clarification from me. So it's state law that you have to be a resident of Alaska.
That's correct, to be enrolled in a school within
In a state sponsored, supported correspondence school.
Yes, sir.
Okay. If I might, just under those exceptions, and I don't want to debate the law, the law is the law, but just for people listening might, so there are military exemptions if somebody was on sabbatical, as long as they, from let's say the university or such, or working out of the state, as long as they maintain a residence in Alaska, similar to the PFD, then they would be okay to do correspondence with BEST.
That's correct, and meeting, the requirements in terms of submitting work samples and being in regular contact with their advisory teacher.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion? Is there any discussion from the public? Okay, back to the board. Okay, Ms. Richardson, we can call for the vote.
Mr. Lopez,
Yes.
Colonel Alvarado,
Yes.
Mrs. Matheson,
Yes.
Mrs. Smith,
Yes.
Mrs. Hardy,
Yes.
Miss Maradi,
Yes.
Mr. Dorn,
Yes.
Mrs. Burnett,
Yes.
Mrs. Sanderson.
Yes,
Thank you. Motion carried.
thank you. Our next policy is policy 1156.1, major gifts and donations.
Move to approve first reading, public hearing, and advancement to second reading and a vote of policy 1156.1, major gifts and donations.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Ms. Matheson, then Mr. Dorn.
On this policy, we're removing the reasonably expected of $1,000, but we're not giving it an amount. And I'm wondering if there would be any type of clarification on what a major gift or the donation would be if we don't have a dollar amount. And for the listening public, I'd like clarification as to why we are changing this policy.
Okay, Ms. Moline.
So as we covered in the report, that, and we had testimony from some of our principals, that this particular policy is somewhat hamstringing them in their ability to accept donations, because it has to go through a board process to be accepted before they can accept the donation. So when a donor wants to come and be a partner and participate in something that's happening at the school or sponsor something, if it's over $1,000, it's a multi-week, possibly multi-week process, and that just kind of limits them in their ability to accept donations when offered. And to your point about an amount, different districts approach it differently. I'll let Mr. DeGraw talk on how different districts approach this particular topic.
Thank you, Ms. Moline. Yeah, so Ms. Matheson, our intent would be to set up in AR a threshold of $25,000. And that would be in line with other districts, other big 5 districts. A couple of them didn't list out figures even in their AR, but a couple did, and the $25,000 would be in line with those other districts for major gifts and donations. Another item that we would intend to include in AR would be a mechanism to where all donations, maybe not all donations, but maybe that $1,000 threshold would remain to recognize those donations, provide a memo to the board to be able to see those donations and acknowledge them. And to the question, your question, Ms. Matheson, about the nature of the why, what's driving this, really, as Ms. Moline mentioned, it's become quite burdensome, the administrative processes that schools have to deal with in order to accept and log and respond to those donations. And then there have been some awkward, we did have several principals testify in strong support of this because they have encountered some awkward circumstances of, like, not when somebody comes and wants to donate, to be told, you have to sit and wait, don't hand us that. It creates some awkward situations in the schools. So that's the nature of the why. And then our intent to, again, establish a $25,000 threshold in AR, as well as a mechanism to be able to acknowledge the vast majority of donations, $1,000 and up.
And so I would just add and remind the board of the conversation when we had this report that we talked about the difference between acceptance and recognition. So we want very much to recognize our partners and their donations, and as we did tonight, those that are supporting the music camp, we want to have a way that we can do that even outside of a board meeting. So as we start thinking about ways to recognize, maybe thinking of a more robust way of recognizing, and possibly, web page recognition or some way that we recognize that isn't tied to the acceptance of the donation.
Thank you.
Mr. Dorn.
Okay, so was consideration to the administration through the chair, consideration given to coming back with a rewritten policy that would make a distinction between acceptance and recognition, major donations, and, because I can't think of another term right now, lesser donations, but they're extremely important, so we don't want to use that term. But, so was there consideration given to coming back with a dual policy?
No, not really another policy, but embedding that recognition process within this policy through AR. If I understood your question correctly.
Okay.
If I could
Yeah, go ahead.
add to that. Really, the intent of the rework of the policy, Mr. Dorn, was just to redefine the definition of a major donation or gift. So we did not consider making a dual policy. No, we didn't.
Okay. Do you want me to save my comment until later? Okay. I have real problems with this. I think it's incomplete. I recognize that for whatever reason, the process within the district has changed since I was a principal. It never got in the way of our accepting a donation, though went through the board, and I don't know why that changed. Evidently, it has. So, if that's the problem, we need to solve. If people perceive that they cannot accept a donation, but it's not, it has never been a difficulty in my 23 years in this district dealing with this policy. And I put it very much, we hire people pending board approval, board acceptance, no issue. That's how this is done. So if that has changed, we need to solve that. I do have seen issues in terms of really major gifts, large gifts, which can have a impact, a financial impact on the district. Equipment of, thinking playground equipment. We could have a donation, but if we have to install it, there are costs, there are liabilities to make sure that we do it safely. I know I was personally involved in a sizable donation, which would have been in here, for statuary at Denali. Very nice donation from our community, but we talked beforehand to make sure, because there was an installation, there were things to be considered involved with that, and worked with the administration and the board on that. Okay, then you'd like me to save my comments until later?
No, are you, your comment, you don't have a question, but you're asking the administration? Just
I'll go on and I'll come back.
Were there any more? Okay, you can finish the comment. There seems to be no. Is there any, and from the public that would like to comment on this policy, 1156.1, major gifts and donations? Okay. You finish?
Okay. Thank you. So I recognize that we perhaps are at a stage where we should make a distinction between major gifts and perhaps an actual acceptance pending that. We talk about all the implications. Somebody coming in with a check, supporting a sports team or other activity at the school, instruments, whatever, that those should be, we should be able to do that in a reasonable manner and not put the donor or individual schools or the district in an awkward position. And if we need to clarify that, I'm all for it. Not having any dollar amount in here really, really concerns me. 25,000 sounds reasonable, but I think, again, this is very incomplete. I think we do need to have a piece recognizing the fundraising number, the dollar number for a donation, and partially why that comes to the board, I believe, is I think the reason that it's really valuable is that recognition of our community involvement, but it's also that kind of keeping in mind that there are fundraising throughout our community. And we need to be cognizant about it, and within our communities, individual school communities, whether schools decide if they're going to do a fundraiser, how does that impact their community, et cetera. So I am very much in terms of saying this should be pursued, go back with it. I do have a question because I just can't remember offhand. Did this policy itself go through the policy committee? It did. Okay. I'm just saying it out loud so they can hear.
Go ahead, Mrs. Smith.
I'd be glad to read the comments from that policy committee. They are brief, if you'd like. Let me just pull them up. The committee recommended that the board adopt this policy. It was almost unanimous or possibly unanimous. I'd have to check that. The committee heard from Mr. Minor, 2 principal reps, and Mr. DeGraw. They adamantly agreed that the current policy hinders our ability to best serve students for the reasons that Mr. Doran was saying. They can't be freely accepted. It's not best practice to have $1,000 limit was the overall feeling of the committee. Other districts have much higher limits, and this change would bring us in line with best practices throughout the state. And the committee discussed that the board should consider a way to still recognize generous donations, but allow them to be accepted more easily through the policy update.
Thank you for that clarification. So I'll close with my comment then. Again, that's very similar to it. I would encourage us to turn this down now with the idea of go back, put it together, and really address the issues. And so we're complementary on major gifts and what the recommendation is for the dollar amount for that from the administration and to address the recognition piece. So it's we do the whole thing together.
At this time, I believe there's no additional comments. Ms. Richardson, would you please call for the vote?
Can you clarify the vote? Just yes or no advance. Yes or no to advance.
Ms. Smith, would you just go ahead and speak into the mic so everybody can hear you?
Sorry.
That's
It's
okay.
just yes or no to advance to second reading.
Go ahead, Ms. Richardson.
Colonel Alvarado,
Yes.
Mr. Lopez,
Yes.
Mrs. Burnett,
Yes.
Mrs. Matheson,
Yes.
Mrs. Smith,
Yes.
Mrs. Hardy,
Yes.
Ms. Marati,
Yes.
Mr. Doran,
No.
Mrs. Sanderson.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carried.
All right, thank you. We now move on to FYI 2025-2030 6-year capital improvement plan adoption.
Motion. Move to adopt the FY 2025-2030 6-year capital improvement plan.
Second.
Sorry, to the administration.
Yes, so at this time, I'm going to invite Ms. Carry on to come and go through the process that this plan goes through and then answer any questions from the board.
Hello, good evening. I've got Clay Anderson with me, who is our construction and project manager, just in case there are any questions, and he may be able to help me answer some of them. So for the new members, our 6-year capital improvement list is derived from our 20-year capital improvement list, and that's based on our replacement and renewal schedule for each building. So we go through this comprehensive list of facility cost index, and we put the year of when the building was constructed and the life expectancy, and so we update that every year. And so the list that you see before you is based on that facility cost index. So we go through looking at the electrical, mechanical, structural, and other components, and then that is reevaluated every year. We get together with our facility maintenance supervisors, and we work as a team to evaluate the deferred work, and then we also look at prioritizing the needs and then the plan for executing the future projects. Right now, looking at our deferred maintenance projects, we're at $307 million in deferred maintenance. The 3 sources of funding that we have is through our state capital improvement process, which is annual. And then we also have a borough capital improvement, which we do every 2 years. And then there's also another process, which is the legislative process, which
once they approve, funding for construction or maintenance. And then if we're lucky to be ranked high enough on that list, we'll get funded. Our renewal and replacement schedule are grouped together to create 4 projects. So we have 4 different phases. Phase 1 is basically the classroom upgrades. Phase 2 is all our outside envelope system, like our roofing and our EFIS system. Phase 3 is our mechanical and building control systems, fans, pumps, boilers, all that. And phase 4 is our site improvements, which includes grounds, playgrounds, and the tracks. With that, I'm open to any questions.
Ms. Hardy, go right ahead.
Yeah, as a new member, and I am still learning, how does our KIP play into the borough's KIP? Because I noticed that there's similar things like the kitchen, and could you just, and that maybe for the public too, but I would like better information.
So the main, our capital improvement project, we have a 20-year and a 6-year. So a lot of the projects that we put through to the state is the first year only, first 6 years, and then they'll only approve, if we're lucky, we'll get approved. And then every 2 years, I'll take that 20-year list and I'll put it into the borough list as well, so we can choose, but it's also based on the year and the life expectancy. So usually I try to pick the first year. So if we've got anything in our 2025, that's what I'm gonna submit to the borough. If there's anything in the 2026 that the borough could possibly fund for us, then I will also try and put that. So I try to put smaller items. So the bigger items I'll try to put to the state, and the smaller items I try to get the borough to fund. So like the Lathrop kitchen upgrade and then the U Park, that wasn't on our high priority list, but because it was a source of funding that the borough were able to provide us, that's the reason why they funded that.
Ms. Burnett?
I apologize if you had addressed this, taking in a lot tonight. My question is, just looking at these capital improvement projects, how was the decision made on the priorities? My reason for asking that, just for clarification, is I have a lot of concerns about Tanana Middle School. And I would, now given it is number 3, I mean, it's not like it's buried down there, but I mean, I would really like to see that at number 1. So just curious.
So the reason why North Pole High renovation was our number 1, it's because it is failing, and we're in a position where we could possibly close down the school, and that's the reason why that became high priority.
A quick question. So the work that's going on now at North Pole High School, is that this work, or is that a different phase of work that's going on?
It's a different phase of work.
Ms. Barnett has clarification, then Mr. Dorn.
Since it's failing, sorry, now I'm concerned about that. Do we have a time frame for that? Just out of curiosity, or are we waiting on the state? Is that what we're kind of waiting on?
We've been trying to work on different grant funding. We've already reached out to borough. We're actually trying to advance and actually get engineers and to look at the conditions so that it can hopefully score better and higher for us, because we're competing with the state, all the school districts in the state of Alaska. We just recently had our 5-year state visit, and they said that our buildings look pretty good, which, I understand if you're comparing it to other rural areas. However, we are actually going to invest in getting an engineer and get consultants to design plans for us so we can score the possible highest and get ranked a little bit higher, and hoping that we get funded.
Mr. Dorn?
Thank you. Thanks for the clarification on the rank. I also was seeing Tanana's higher above, but maybe you could explain, or administration, in terms of going for bond, working the approval from the state, working with the borough what our plans are for moving to talk about these as getting them onto a bond. Good.
So we've talked briefly with Luke, Dr. Luke Weiner. We're hoping that that's something that we will be considering in the future. At the moment, we haven't considered the bond, but it's definitely something that we want to discuss and explore.
Clarification. When we talk about future, I mean, these are for the FY25, so if we did a bond, we need to start doing the groundwork early. Are we talking, we're starting to talk to them this fall? And because there are the steps that we have to take, then the borough,
Yes.
et cetera, before it would even get on.
Yes. So anything that we discuss in this fall, we're looking at 2027 for 2027. So yes, we want to start the discussion early.
Follow-up. Clarification. Okay, so I'm looking at the FY25 request. Am I correct on that?
Sorry.
The FY25
Yes.
is the first
Yes, that's the
section.
first year.
So, and I know we probably wouldn't go, although we could put a bond for that full amount, but the likelihood we would not. But we're not doing anything on that for 4 years. You said 2027 would be the earliest we'd look at a bond.
So we can look at the bond now. We will be able to get funding, but the actual construction, sorry, I'll clarify, the actual construction won't be started until 2027. It's a 2-year process.
Okay, so put me back in the key.
Is there any other board members that has any other questions? Is this your final question, Mr. Jones, so we can move on?
Yes. So question regarding this, and I appreciate all the work that goes in. I've watched them over the years and things move up and taking other things go off. Hutch, I know is, could you give us an update on Hutch and why it's not, since it's not being done now, does it need to be on this, or because we've previously had it on, I believe, but we have failing systems there?
So we did not put Hutch on the capital improvement because the borough, they have taken over that project, and so they have funded it. The reason why it's not happening is because we were lack of funding, and we are working on, I believe the borough is working on putting an ordinance for securing extra funds, and we're hoping that work will start in the actual work after securing funding will happen next summer.
Okay.
Yeah, design, going, if Clay wants to add some.
Design work on that project is still ongoing, so design work will be complete before the next construction season.
Okay, so it's already taken care of, and even if that takes some time, it's not knocked out by this list. Okay, thank you.
Seeing no new discussion, Ms. Richardson, would you call for the vote? Oh, is there anybody in the public that would like to comment on the FY 2025, 2030? I can't even think about that. 6-year contract, 6-year capital improvement plan adoption. All right, back to the board. Seeing nothing, Ms. Richardson, would you please call for the vote?
Mr. Lopez,
Yes.
Colonel Alvarado,
Yes.
Mr. Doran,
Yes.
Mrs. Burnett,
Yes.
Mrs. Matheson,
Yes.
Mrs. Smith,
Yes.
Mrs. Hardy,
Yes.
Miss Marati,
Yes.
Mrs. Sanderson.
Yes,
Thank you. Motion carried.
thank you. Now suspend policy 264. Type of meetings for the 23-24 school board regular school meeting. Adjustment.
Move to approve the board's 2023-2024 regular meeting calendar by suspending policy 264 types of meetings to cancel the second regular meeting in November during the week of Thanksgiving, November 21st, 2023, December 19th, 2023, and January 2nd, 2024 regular meetings due to their close proximity to winter break.
Second.
Is there any board discussion? Is there any? Mr. Dorn?
Okay, thank you. I've got concerns about canceling the November 21 meeting at this time. It's right after we have elections. We've sworn in new board members for their new terms, for election of officers. I do know it's Thanksgiving week. I know the board has often met during that week. This is the December and January meetings make really good sense to me, but the November one doesn't. And I think it behooves us to keep it in. There's usually enough to be discussed, and we've got some big issues ahead of us next year also, that I'm really not in favor of canceling November's 21st meeting. If for some reason there is really nothing to do, then I think we can act on that in the fall. But I think practice has been good in the past for the boards to meet. And I would move at this time to amend the motion by maintaining the November 21st regular meeting on our calendar.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to amend the November 21, 2023 meeting. Is there any discussion on it? Seeing none. Any public comment on it? Ms. Richardson, would you please call for the vote?
Mr. Lopez,
Yes.
Colonel Alvarado,
Yes.
Ms. Maradi,
Yes.
Mr. Doran,
Yes.
Mrs. Burnett,
Yes.
Mrs. Matheson,
No.
Mrs. Smith,
Yes.
Mrs. Hardy,
Yes.
Mrs. Sanderson.
Yes.
Motion carried.
The motion is amended to include the November 21, 2023 meeting. If you could call for the vote, Ms. Richardson.
Colonel Alvarado,
Yes.
Mr. Lopez,
Yes.
Mrs. Hardy,
Yes.
Ms. Maradi,
Yes.
Mr. Doran,
Yes.
Mrs. Burnett,
Yes.
Mrs. Matheson,
No.
Mrs. Smith,
Yes.
Mrs. Sanderson.
Yes.
Motion carried.
All right. Moving to resolution 2024-10, adoption of the FY 24 school district approved budget is before the board for action.
Move to approve Resolution 2024-01, adoption of the fiscal year 24 school district approved budget for all funds totaling $231,080,683, which includes the operating funds totaling $190,384,455.
Second.
And I'd like to do public comment first, if that's possible.
We'll go to the board first and then public comment. The other way. Okay. If there's anyone who signed up is Sharon Hanson. Are you here? Ms. Hanson, are you on Zoom with us?
Hello?
Yes, Ms. Hanson, would you just state your name, spell your last name, and you have 2 minutes for testifying.
Thank you. My name is Sharon Hansen, Hansen. I live in Fairbanks. First off, I am relieved to see that all the Hutch teachers are on the FY24 recommended budget. My husband teaches at Hutch, and he has a lot of pride in his school. Having a reasonable PTR for all classes is a relief. Secondly, I'm on the Academic Policy Committee at Boreal Sun Charter School, and I also serve as secretary on FOB, which is the Friends of Boreal Sun, the nonprofit associated with the school. I learned at our last APC meeting the one-time BSA funds were not being allocated to the charter schools. After last night's work session, I was relieved that the charter school students would be funded, but was disturbed that the amount was not equal to other students in the district. I was under the impression that charter schools in the school district were trying to improve their relationship. In my opinion, charter school students not getting the same amount as other students does not show that you value us. Boreal Sun has had some unprecedented financial strains this past school year. When 3 staff members are out on maternity leave, it's a pretty big deal when you only have a total staff of 13. Our building has flooded in the spring more than once, and due to mitigation to manage that, we had gas bills in excess of $60,000 this year. Our FOB budget is so thin right now, we are considering asking parents to volunteer with carpet cleaners rather than hire a professional company to come in. How much pride do you have in your school when the carpets aren't cleaned? Thank you for listening to my testimony and for your service to the Fairbanks community.
Ms. Hanson, if you could answer a question for me.
Okay.
Can you tell me what steps the school took with the flooding? You said this was how many years your school was flooded?
Significant flooding. It's been 2 years in a row. 3 years ago, there was a little bit.
So was there any, I'm just trying to think here, reaching out to the owner of your building or filing any insurance claims or for this flooding in your building?
Yes, the landlord last school year, not this school year, they replaced the roof because they thought that it was a problem with the roof. But then the building flooded again this spring. So clearly it was not a leak in the roof.
Okay. One final clarification question would be, has there been any health concerns for your students and staff by still being in that building?
Oh, absolutely. The stench in that building, I really cannot put into words what it was like to walk through the middle school hallway. I also can't put into words what those teachers have gone through, having 8-foot diameter fans blowing in the hallways, trying to clean, evaporate the water. So I don't know how you can teach over these fans blowing. On the Friends of Boreal Sun, the nonprofit, we did ask a mold company to come in and do testing. I believe we just got the results of that test, but I don't know what those results are at this point.
Could you make the board aware of those?
I can ask the principal to send those results to you.
Okay. Thank you. Were there any additional questions, Mr. Dorn?
Okay, thank you, Ms. Hanson. Just a quick question. You have a landlord, and I assume these are being addressed by the landlord or you've brought these concerns to the landlord this would not be ours.
Well, yes, we have repeatedly, time and time again, brought these concerns to the landlord, and it is very difficult. It is not a good relationship with the landlord, and I
I'm going
know that there
to,
was.
I'm sorry to
Mhm.
interrupt, but I'm going to suggest you've answered my question, and
Okay.
perhaps since we're in public at this point, you've answered the question.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Hanson, for your testimony.
Mhm. Thank you for your service.
Next, we have Christina Carlson, also on Zoom. Oh, actually, well, hello there.
Christina Carlson, Carlson. I live in Fairbanks, and I am also the head teacher at Chinook. Secluding charter school students from one-time grant funds from the state without rational reason is not equitable. Charter school students were included in deciding how much one-time grant money would come from the state. Therefore, the money should be given to also support charter school students. The money should be spent in a way that meets the needs of all district students, not just non-charter school students. Just like the district faces increasing cost, charters face the same thing on a smaller scale. Wages go up because of column and step increases, utility costs have increased. We too will incur costs associated with negotiated agreements. Chinook has a large fund balance that took years to build. However, we've also made hard decisions to cut an assistant position and a break aide in past years. I've subbed countless days to save money for my school. Parents and students step in to help in the classroom with snow removal, mowing the lawn, and fixing leaky faucets. Our fund balance is our savings to refresh our computers, for professional development, curriculum materials, and emergencies. Our year-to-year budget does not have room for these items. We're looking at a $31,500 decline in our funding due to less local contribution. As I see it, the borough's intention was to give a chance for the state to give more funding. They did, and charters need to be included to fully fund our schools this year. Board members, please act by putting charter funding high back on the priority add back list. Thank you.
Are there any questions? Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Mr. Craig Kind, if you'll come forward.
For the record, my name is Craig Kind. I'm from Esther, and I'm the head teacher of CEC. This morning, I sent out an email to board members. I apologize to Mr. Lopez. You weren't on the list on the website, otherwise I would have sent it to you as well. And I just wanted to follow up. I honestly don't know if I should be here talking tonight. And I say that because for my entire 13 years at CEC, I've always looked for ways to better serve the district and to solve problems. My staff does the same. We put a lot of thought into how to do that and a lot of planning into how to do that. When we were before you last year in the budget and the plan was to move us, decision was made to use CARES Act funding to keep us where we were at. And a plan was put forward that there would be work sessions and there would be planning about what that new move would mean. When it came around to this year, there was no work session. We asked for some meetings to find out what was going on. We got a tour of Nordale. I got a single meeting with administration. But there was never a sense that the decision was made. Now is the time to make the plan. Now is the time to go through all the things we need to do to be ready to serve students at the beginning of the school year 23-24. No meetings to talk about just a move, and then the idea of SMART came on. No meetings to talk about how that would happen. the last thing we heard from everybody was, you know, the plan was to keep CEC where it was at. You know, and for whatever reason, I understand things did not work out behind the scenes, but we were essentially just hit with an asteroid yesterday that basically said we need to be ready to change the entire program and move to start at the beginning of the next school year. I like to solve problems. I can't tell you how I would solve this problem. If I can have just an extra moment, what I would say is, if you want CEC to move, make the firm decision, put it in writing, and then put the plan in place. That didn't happen. We've tried, you know, I guess I'll just say this. I failed. We failed. I don't think we're not going to be ready to serve kids in August if we have to move and change.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions for Mr. Kine? All right. We have discussion on this, so are we ready to vote, or we have more discussion? Is there any, come forward, please?
Yes, ma'am.
For it, I do apologize.
Yeah, no worries.
I have 3 more people on this list to testify.
Name is Robert Hall, Hall. First, I'd like to thank the opportunity to address the board. So I'm a resident here, Fairbanks, local business owner, a proud parent of a child at Chinook. And there at the Chinook, they give me the opportunity to sit on the academic policy committee for several years now. So I'd like to thank the board for any support for the charter schools within our community. From my understanding, this body continues to show some support through charter schools for the add-back funding contingent on the governor's final approval of the proposed state budget. I understand budget constraints are everywhere, but I was a bit surprised when I had heard our community's charter schools were going to be excluded from an equivalent level of funding as other public schools in the district. It didn't make sense to me that the district would essentially pick and choose what schools were important or worth equal investment. Essentially, after educating myself on BSA funding and how it should by statute be applied equally to all schools within a district, I have since learned that this one-time funding put forth by the legislator is in fact more of a block grant, not a change to the state BSA. So the district has a right to be more flexible, but that still doesn't make sense on why the district would choose students to exclude from the funding increase. Needless to say, hearing that this board does in fact support more of an equitable distribution to all schools was quite a relief. So for that, thank you. As many schools, businesses, or other entities, our school has had to make difficult decisions recently regarding staffing, which resulted in one position being cut. Although this one-time funding is just that, it's a one-time issue. It would allow the school to restore that teaching assistant position for the coming year in hopes that the state legislature will figure out BSA in the next legislative session. And that's all I got.
Let's see, is there any questions? Oh, Ms. Barati?
This is time for board comment on the motion for the budget, correct? Oh,
No, we still have,
apology.
yeah, we have 3 more people. Jared Decker?
Hello, my name is Jared Decker, Decker. I live off Henderson Road in Fairbanks, Alaska. I'm also the principal at Watershed Charter School. I'm here to speak specifically about the exclusion of charters from one-time state funding provided in House Bill 31. So first, I appreciate you grappling with this issue tonight. Passing a budget requires dozens and dozens of very difficult decisions, and I'm aware of the issue that charters receiving or being excluded from these one-time funds was probably very recently brought to your attention here at the end of the budget process. That being said, I don't agree with the manner in which this is being addressed. The amount of funding that charters receive and the position of priority on your add back list, I think inappropriately pits us against other deserving district needs such as safety aids, lobbyist contracts, laptop replacements, and staff salary and wage increases. This is a different issue. The state funding the district is scheduled to receive was based on enrollment or adjusted average daily membership, and charter school students were counted in that enrollment that determined the district's share of the state's $174.9 million grant. And Alaska statute states the amount generated, this is a quote, by students enrolled in the charter school is to be determined, but in the same manner as if it were a student enrolled in another public school in that district, and includes funds generated by grants. I want to be clear that I am not asking for more funding or a handout or a bailout. I am asking that the board and district administration direct the proportional revenue generated by Watershed's enrollment to Watershed and to do likewise for other charter schools. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, I have Jessica Dominic. Oh, you're on Zoom. Ms. Dominic, could you acknowledge if you're there?
Oh, hi, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. When you state your name, spell your last name and place of residence, and you have 2 minutes to testify. Thank you.
Okay, hi, my name is Jessica Dominic. It's Dominick, and I reside in Fairbanks, and I'm a product of the Fairbanks North Borough School District. I am speaking today in support of including charter schools in the one-time funding that the district received from the state. Charter schools are important because they offer many benefits to students and our community. Fairbanks is fortunate to have a variety of charter schools that offer various things such as smaller class sizes, rigorous academics, place-based education, or a focus on traditional knowledge. All of these schools add value to our community. My children attend Chinook Montessori Charter School. Not being included in the one-time funding forced Chinook to cut a teaching assistant position. This means that the mentor classroom, which is made up of our 7th and 8th graders, will have no assistant in the room. Teaching assistants are vital to a productive classroom. It is especially important to have the extra help in the mentor classroom because these students are being prepared for high school. With the rigorous academic curriculum, the students need all the help and support that they can get. If charter schools are included in the one-time funding, then Chinook will restore this teaching assistant position. I'm asking that you please consider to include the charter schools in this one-time funding. Charter school students are still part of the district and should be included. Please help charter schools provide
Thank you,
district
Ms.
students
Dominic.
with quality education.
Thank
And I
you.
just want to thank you for your continued dedication to our students.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I think our last person is Jessica Bennett. Yes, I'll come back to the audience. I won't forget. Ms. Bennett, are you on Zoom?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Great. Yes, we can. State your name and spell your last name, and you have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Sure. My name is Jessica Bennett. It's Bennett, and I live in Fairbanks. I am repeating what those ahead of me have already said. I'm speaking to support the charter schools in your budget. I have a unique position because I have students at 2 separate charter schools. So I am active and busy at both schools. I see how much time and dedication the teachers, staff, and families put in to help make those schools and students thrive. During this school year, I help by volunteering and stepping in with whatever the teachers need even helping to clean bathrooms and help dry out rooms and help replace doorknobs, all those little things to help mitigate all of our extra costs. And today, all I can do is speaking up. The charter schools are my family, the teachers are our family, and they're hurting. And you guys have a unique position where you can help. And I don't want to repeat everything everybody said, but I request that you guys hear what we are saying and treat the charter schools equitably. They don't deserve to be left out of this equation. It's ridiculous that charter schools have been. And honestly, it's ridiculous that we're in this situation to begin with. Families shouldn't have to beg and plead with the school board and the borough assembly and the state to fund our schools enough to run properly and safely and healthy. But here we are, and here we've been for all year. It feels like we have parents coming and begging and pleading to help fund our schools to run properly. So thank you for the opportunity to speak up and support my schools in this way, and I hope that you consider what I and all of us have said.
Thank you for your testimony. And is some out in the audience, we have others who at this time would like to testify. Please come forward. Okay, I got that.
My name is Josh Snow. I'm from Fairbanks, Alaska, last name S-N-O-W, and I'm the principal at FE Cochrane. And I'm here tonight to represent the FE Academic Policy Committee and all of our FE families. I want to urge the board to fund charters with the full amount of the special appropriation made by the legislature. In our conversations with more than one local legislator, they told us repeatedly that they voted with the full expectation that all students would receive the full benefits of this one-time funding. In addition, I asked the board to raise charter funding to the top of the add-back list. Last night, Christina and I were at the work session, and we heard about the extensive costs that were referred to that the district bears in support of charters. I would like the board to hear this framed from a different perspective, and that is that our charter schools bring significant, unrecognized, and unquantified value to the district. Simply stated, you benefit from our existence as schools of choice. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. The next person, would you please just come to the podium and state your name, spell your last name, and you have 2 minutes to testify.
Hi, my name is Stacy Foshee, F-O-S-H-E-E. I live off Rosie Creek, and I'm here representing Boreal Sun Charter School and the Academic Policy Council. So I'll just hit the bullet points because I think everybody is on this saying pretty much the same thing. Thank you so much for your hard work on the budget. I know it's very hard to choose where the money goes, and all of the things are important in providing excellent education to all of our students. So this evening, I would like to ask that the board members consider including charter schools in the one-time funding passed by the state and awaiting approval by the governor. The district benefits from maintaining a good relationship with the charter schools and families and students and the staff, but the actions and the directions that have been suggested in regards to not including the charters in the one-time funding are perplexing. That doesn't make for a good working relationship. All charter school students were counted by the state in the one-time funding, and the intention was that the money would go to the charter schools. With the reduction from the local contribution from the borough, our district charters are also losing funding. At Boreal Sun, that amounts to just over $38,000, which means we will have to make more cuts. We have already reduced staffing for next year and increased the number of students in our classrooms. Charter schools are just asking for funding that is fair and not more, and the one-time funding from the state was meant to support and serve all students. Please make sure that the money from the state is used as it was intended and put charter schools back on the top of the add-back list. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Was there anyone else in the public that would like to come forth and testify? Please do so.
My name is Jason Gillam, Gillam, and I live in Fairbanks. I am a parent of 2 Watershed students. I am the chair of the Watershed APC. Among other hats I wear, I'm also an ice hockey referee. I understand the rules and interpretations of the rules of ice hockey, and many rules have gray areas and where referee discretion comes into effect. When using this discretion, I need to take into account the intent of the rule. In regards to the anticipated one-time state funding of approximately $680 per student from the state, the administration is exercising discretion in how to apply those funds. However, it is clear that the legislature's intent of this fund increase is to serve as a de facto BSA increase for this one time for this year. The proposed district budget results in a decrease in our anticipated charter school funding that we've been working on for our budget process throughout the entire spring. 800 plus charter students were included in the calculation for this one-time funding and should get an equitable share. I ask that for charter students to receive equitable funding, as was the intent of this state fund. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gillam, for your testimony, and I truly enjoy your hockey analogy. Ms. Barnett?
I just want to thank you, Mr. Gillam, for the hockey reference. As a fellow hockey mom who sees you on the ice consistently, that was awesome. Just thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Burnett.
All right, thank you, sir. Back to the board for comments. Ms. Smith, Ms. Hardy, Mr. Doran, Ms. Marati.
Thank you. Yesterday, I advocated for the charters to receive some of the funding. Today, I heard some people ask for the funding to be treated just like the BSA. I did personally speak to many legislators, 7 of them, who all indicated that they thought of it as BSA, but they put it as the block funding. And I believe that with what we're doing, what we worked out yesterday, that the charter students will be treated the same as all of the other students, because it wasn't treated like BSA to all the other schools. You can see where we are using those funds for allotments, for software, for safety assistance at one particular school, but not at other schools. It's not being given to every school per student in that manner. It's being used in blocks to fund certain things. And so I feel that I don't want to make a change in the precedent that exists, that the block money from the state is not processed like a BSA. But I want charter school students to still benefit from this funding. And I proposed $500 per student, and I found it to be fair and reasonable, especially considering that not every elementary school is getting $500 per student. A lot of our things that we're spending that block grant on are not going to affect any elementary schools and things like that. So I really support and argued for the charter supplemental allocation to be included. I think that it is important, and I feel good about my $500 per student ask, and I think that it's a reasonable compromise that we reached. So I really do support it.
Ms. Hardy?
I move to postpone this to a time certain of June 27th.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. What is the discussion, Mr. Dorn?
I'm going to support that. It's been going through my mind here that once burned, twice cautious, and we've been burned multiple times. As I mentioned last night, I'm uncomfortable with having a work session, and we don't know what our funding is. We can debate whether the legislature wanted this in the BSA. They did not put it in the BSA. How we distribute it, we can debate that and discuss it. And I think there's, as I mentioned even last night at the work session, that there is, all of us are at a breaking point in education because our state has not funded education appropriately and adequately. The concern is that as of 5:40 today, the legislation for the budget has not yet been transmitted to the governor. This is a governor who has vetoed one-time funding for education, has not proposed additional funding to the BSA or in any other way put forward a plan to fund education. And 20 days, if it doesn't get there by Thursday, we're looking at 20 days that the governor has to veto. That brings us to June 30th. The state could come to a standstill. We were burned, I would say, in terms of the borough. We did ask for more than what was in their recommended budget. We thought we would at least get the recommended budget, but we were cut, burned again. We have a governor who has burned us. We have no word at this point that we will get 16 million or part of that. And I would say that I'm particularly concerned tonight in terms of information that we're getting new information from the administration based on best numbers. So it's not a criticism there. It's just that we don't have time to process this. I am very annoyed that CEC lease was cut out of our conversation. And I know we can amend the resolution. There's no indication that in this resolution that if we don't get the full, and this is based on the full $16+ million that would come to the district, that if we don't get it, we really have to come back to this. I think it's precipitous for us at this point to do, and I will support the postponement with also adding in that I hope we have additional work sessions to really process this. We are going to have some big discussions and decisions to make if we don't get this money, and we cannot proceed. And it's not anybody in the district, it's not administration, it's not the school board. The state has not finished their job, and that's my concern.
Aaron and then Ms. Barnett. Okay, thank you, Ms. Marati. Ms. Barnett, go ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Marati. I appreciate that. I'm going to agree with Mr. Doran here. There's been a lot that's happened in the last 24 hours that I'm having a hard time putting two together. And I don't feel comfortable or confident whatsoever in approving a budget that it's just not making sense to me. And I have a few more questions that I would like to get out with the administration via email here over the next few days. So I support moving this to the 27th. I'd like to figure some things out and get a good handle and grip on what we're doing before we pass this final budget.
Any additional comments? Okay, Ms. Richardson, is there any? If you will just call for the vote, Ms. Richardson. The vote that we are voting on is the postponement. A yes vote would postpone it, no vote would move it forward.
Mr. Lopez,
Yes.
Colonel Alvarado,
Yes.
Mrs. Smith,
Yes.
Mrs. Hardy,
Yes.
Miss Maradi,
Yes.
Mr. Doran,
Yes.
Mrs. Burnett,
Yes.
Mrs. Matheson,
Yes.
Mrs. Sanderson.
Yes.
Motion carried.
All right. At this time in our agenda, we are on information and reports, and the Executive Director of Teaching and Learning, Shane Bean, will make a presentation on different assessments that are given and their purposes for each of them, the trends on assessments that are given, an update on the Alaska STAR map data from 2023, and the TSI/TSI schools. Mr. Bean.
Could I move to extend to 10:30?
Second.
And I do have a suggestion that perhaps we reorder the reports. We have a representative from Durham that's been waiting, but it's your call.
I would like to just proceed. Miss Moline, is Durham online?
They're right
Okay.
here in the room. Been here all evening.
So that's who that is back there. I was trying to figure that out. Okay. We're going to move with Mr. Bean. Go right ahead with your report, sir.
Thank you. And I will try to go as quickly as I can. Thank you for a few minutes here this evening. We're going to talk about assessments and which ones whoops, that wasn't right. Apologies. Okay, so I'm gonna need some help because my thing just like slid off the side of my computer and I don't know where it went to. Oh, it was up on the screen and it just disappeared. Do we want to switch out and go with Mr. Doran's suggestion while we work on this?
We can also do this.
It's still gone though.
Yes, but we also I would love to eat my
No. That's what I'm saying, it's gone. It was like one of those. Yeah, there you go. Thank you. Apologies, folks. So we're going to look at assessments. Oh, this is not the right one. I would suggest maybe we go with the Durham person while I figure this out.
At this time, with the Durham Transportation if you'll come forward. So why we make some adjustments here, and you can go ahead and give your report.
Good evening. How's everyone doing?
Good. Get you hooked up.
We tested this earlier, so we should be good to go. Fantastic. Well, good evening, members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to present tonight. My name is William Zimmerman. I'm the regional manager that covers the Northwest region for Durham School Services. So I'll just go ahead and get started. So this is the transportation end of the year summary. I just wanted to go over some of the things that we've done this year, some of the results we've had both in driver staffing and safety, driver qualifications, and some things we're doing in the future and ongoing to better serve the Fairbanks School District. So this was a huge year for investment for Durham School Services in the Fairbanks transportation, the school district transportation. We raised the wage scale. The wage scale was previously $24.14 an hour up to $26.78 an hour. We changed that to $26.74 an hour, going up to $31.54. So our starting drivers were within 4 cents an hour of our previous top pay. The new wage scale made the Fairbanks school bus drivers the highest paid drivers in the state of Alaska. The total investment this year in those wages was in excess of $800,000 a year that Durham put in to raise that rate scale. And as a result of that and some procedural changes that we did and some more attention to detail, we were able to hire 58 drivers this year, which we're still short drivers, but it's quite a move in the right direction. And you know, we're seeing a recovery from COVID. Fairbanks seems to be lagging behind slightly than some other locations, some other areas, but nonetheless, we're making great progress here and are really excited about, you know, the year to come. So we also leveraged our network. Obviously, Durham is one of the largest school bus contractors that exists, and we leveraged our network to supply more drivers here so we could increase our route count and hopefully better serve the district. And I think we accomplished a lot. Depending on the time that we're talking about, it was anywhere from 15 to up to 32 drivers that we brought in from out of state. Those drivers and monitors, and also monitors. Drivers and monitors were supplied from states of Washington, Idaho, Texas, and Oregon. And the total investment by Durham to supply those drivers to Fairbanks was in excess of $1.4 million. So between the wage scale and the drivers from out of state, Durham invested in excess of $2.2 million in the Fairbanks School District this year. Now, we also changed some procedures. We focused some more on organization and pulling in all our resources throughout the company to make sure that our pipeline was as efficient as we could be. So we invested in a full-time on-site recruiter exclusive to the Fairbanks location, which we still have today and plan on continuing going forward. We have weekly meetings with myself, our human resources team, our corporate recruiting team, our corporate driver screening team, and the local management to dissect the pipeline every week, of our driver pipeline every week, and look for opportunities to maximize our driver output. That could be anywhere from, hey, where is this person in their background check? Corporate screening team, can you provide us any kind of directions we can go, any extra paperwork that we may need to submit to make sure that this person makes it through and qualified as quickly as possible. And we have been able to speed up that pipeline as a result of this focus from all of our resources across the company. And we're currently scheduled for 12 recruiting events over the summer. That list is growing, but as of today, it's 12 recruiting events, in addition to the daily recruiting that we do as far as flyers and word of mouth and any kind of local radio ads that we're doing. So investments, actions, and then results. So Durham has made a significant investment in the school district transportation, in the school transportation system here, resulting in hiring of 58 drivers. We now have more drivers than we've ever had in the Fairbanks school system. We added 22 routes this year as a result, and we increased on-time performance of those routes. We're running from 78.3% at the beginning of the year to 95.1% ending the year. And that's just the driver staffing portion of it. We also had a huge focus and continue to have a huge focus on safety. It's the core of our business. We transport the most precious cargo in the world. We want to make sure that they get to and from school safely. So we have a program called Drive Cam. Every bus has it here. Anytime a qualifying event triggers that Drive Cam, it goes to the local management, it goes to myself, it goes to our regional safety director, and it even goes to the senior vice president for the West area. I personally review those on a daily basis. The local team reviews them on a daily basis. Drivers are identified by both automated programs and by our local management team for coaching on a daily basis as a result of these camera or speed triggered events. That coaching can include verbal coaching, behind the wheel evaluations, or suspensions pending retraining, or if they're repetitive enough or a certain level, obviously we can go above and beyond that. So we engage on that on a daily basis, and on a monthly basis, we review all of those events with with myself, our area safety director, and the senior vice president of operations. We go over all the triggered events, the actions that we've taken, when the dates were taken, dates of those actions were taken, and what the results were. And as a result of these efforts, we've had some pretty huge safety successes year over year. We reduced our accident frequency ratio last year from 113.29 accidents per million miles. We didn't actually have 113 accidents. That's just what it would be out through a million miles, to 11.19 this year, a reduction of over 100 accidents per million miles averaging. And we reduced our speeding to 16.71 minutes of speeding, to 16.7 minutes of speeding per 10,000 miles traveled. So for every 10,000 miles that our buses traveled, they are over the speed limit 16.71 minutes. Now, obviously, we want it to be zero. The reality of that is you probably will never get to zero, but we're looking to continually improve that. And I think we've had some great successes this year as a result of our focus on this. And driver qualification is the last piece of our safety. So I review the driver qualification list on a weekly basis. This location has maintained greater than 94% driver qualification for the entire year. Now that may sound like, well, what's happening with the other 6%? No drivers that are unqualified go on the road at all. Those remaining 5 to 6 just are in here for full transparency. They're extended leave of absence, whether they're medical, things of that nature, or they're trainees that haven't gotten all their qualifications yet or not on the road. As you see in the number breakdown there, you can see we do have more drivers than we've ever had in Fairbanks. We have over 100 drivers on the books at this point. And then turning our attention to our maintenance team, which is where a part that we really shine. Durham has maintained over 100% PM compliance since the beginning of the contract. At no time during this contract's inception have we fell below 100% PM preventative maintenance inspection compliance. That means every one of our buses has their preventative maintenance inspections on time, every time. We have maintained a 94% fleet availability since the beginning of the school year. Now, the rule of thumb in the industry is a 10% spare factor. We maintain 4% better than a 10% spare factor needed. We have 2 technicians that have this year achieved their ASE certifications, and one has achieved a ASC master certification status as of this year. And there's only one that I know of that we could find other school bus technician in the state that's ASC certified at a master level. So we're very proud of all those facts from our maintenance team. And it's relatively short. I shortened it a little bit because I know we're a little over time today. But we greatly appreciate and value the partnership that we have with Fairbanks North Star Borough School District. And we look forward to continuing our partnership for years to come. We're looking forward to continuing to invest and improve and serve the community as best as possible. Open to any questions you may have regarding anything that I've gone over.
Ms. Hardy, then Mr. Doran.
I have 3. May I ask the first 2 and then move on? Okay. The first, thank you. That was excellent and so informative. Does the wage increase include the bonuses that were worked out with the borough?
No, those are on top.
Those are on top.
That's purely Durham's investment.
Awesome. And then my second question is, where are we on the app for parents?
I can check back under the app. I don't have specifics on where we are with that, but I can get back to you within the next day or so on the status of that.
Okay, my first two questions, one, and you addressed part of it, but I'm looking at the plan for next year to get us to what our full expectation is for busing. You mentioned you've got 12 events. I have to say, I've seen the little signs on the side of the road.
Yeah.
But could you give us a little bit better information? What is your projection that we will be able to get to?
We're hoping to at least maintain or move forward with more route count. It's very difficult to say. There's two factors. We never know what the attrition rate is going to be, although the drivers per their union contract have until July 15th to indicate whether they're coming back or not. We did send out a preliminary sheet. Are you returning? Are you not returning? And it looks like we're turning over roughly 8 drivers as a result of that. But not everybody per their union contract is required to have gotten back to us now. What we are doing is several yard events throughout the summer to try to get an idea of who's coming back, who's not, and you're just trying to make the environment as hospitable as possible. Events, bring your kids, have a cookout, that kind of thing. Just trying to make it the kind of place that people want to come to work. Obviously, we have the 12 recruiting events. We're advertising, obviously, that our wage scale does go up every year, so we're getting that information out and into the community. The projection is to stay, at least not lose any ground. We also have some difficulties here with the tourism industry where not everybody comes back that first month. So we're looking to move forward, not move backwards. We're scheduling all those events that we can, but I anticipate that we will be able to continue with the route count that we have and continue to grow from there. It does seem like once that tourism season ends, it's kind of stagnant up until that point, and then we get a huge rush after that tourism season ends. So the start of the school, it's hard to say, but I anticipate an increased route count after that tourism season ends.
Follow up on that?
Yes. Then we'll go back to Ms. Hardy.
If we get to, we would hope to at least maintain, we don't want to lose ground, and it's been multiple years, that if it does take us a few weeks to get to full staffing, and that's our goal and what we've contracted for, that we will be able to maintain that as you're looking at, you've maintained some carryover here, it sounds like, but.
And we do have a robust pipeline right now. It's actually one of my strongest.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Ms. Hardy?
Where are we at with van plan implementation?
Van plan implementation, we have the vans available. I know that we've talked back and forth with the school district on the particulars of school district employees driving those. Right now, we decided to push more toward, it really didn't gain us a lot of any ground really versus CDL drivers. Everybody wanted to get their CDL, so we didn't focus so much on the van drivers because we would just as easily turn those drivers into full CDL drivers driving buses. The requirements for training for a van were such insignificantly different from the school bus driver that we decided there's nobody that's really hung up on that, so let's just make them full-on school bus drivers. So that's where we're at currently. If we do get to where we need to be with the school bus drivers, or we see any hangups where it's like this person can't get a CDL for whatever reason, or isn't interested, but they're interested in driving a van, we would definitely explore that route with that individual, but we just haven't run into that where we don't have a person that's wanting to not just do the full school bus driver.
Go ahead with your follow-up, Ms.
If and when we are able to get drivers for the vans, would they be paid along the same wages as a school bus driver, or do you have a established pay
We don't
scale?
have that established. That is something we'd have to enter into bargaining with their union.
Mr. Dorn?
Okay, clarification, the stats per million miles, are those local stats?
Those are
for
Fairbanks.
accidents?
Fairbanks.
Okay. And then a question that at one point, because of, I think it was certifications, there was only 1 or 2 people in the state, and Durham was working to get in-house trainers and permission from the state that they would be counted. Has that changed, or?
Trainers as far as driver trainers?
I think it had to do with their certifications.
What I had just read
that was
off.
I know that was a sticking point when Durham started, that there were only 1 or 2 people in the state, and it was and Durham was trying to get a understanding with the state in order to be able to do it in-house and move drivers into positions faster.
Oh, okay, yes. So driver trainers, we have, I do believe right now we have 5 driver trainers. So there's really no bottleneck with getting anybody tested or trained or anything of that nature. The thing that we get held up most on, and it's the same everywhere, is how long a background check takes is usually what the sticking point is. So I'm not sure the beginning of the contract. I wasn't in with Durham at the time, but I know right now we have, I do believe, 5 behind the wheel trainers at that location.
If I can go back in the queue.
So my question would be sort of along the lines of Ms. Hardy's question, for the need to have a van driver for our SMART school students that are unable to have transportation. Is that something that you guys are working on, willing to work on?
Well, I mean, we're willing to put the drivers wherever the district would like us to put the drivers and prioritize them. As far as the van drivers, we just haven't had anybody that is not willing or able to go the full CDL length to get a full-on CDL to drive any bus that we have. So that's what we focused on. If there is a different focus that the district would like us to do as far as, we need this smart driver back first, we'd be happy to work with the district on whatever needs they have.
Thank you. Mr. Dorn?
Okay. When you talk about safety, one of the things that is a big community concern is the ore hauling plan that'll be impacting our bus stops. Are you familiar with?
I have heard about it, yes.
Okay. So my question with that is, has Durham been in conversation with Kinross on that plan?
No, we have not been in contact with Kim Ross. I know that there's been mention of it with the local transportation team here, but that's the limit of what we've discussed so far.
Okay. Could you, then the concern is we have approximately 192 bus stops that will be impacted. There are 48, and then you multiply that.
Right.
Secondary, elementary, twice a day.
Compounds.
Trucks coming potentially every 7 minutes. What is the plan for Durham to talk to Kinross? And my understanding is it could start as early as this January, but to talk with them about the safety that'll be stopping traffic both directions. What's your take on the safety issues?
I think we would probably work with the school district, not saying we wouldn't talk to Kim. Did you say it was Tim or Kim?
Kinross.
Ken Ross, to find out exactly where they're going to be going and what patterns they'll be taking. I know we would probably be working very closely with the routing department at the district as the district does the routing to find out what's the best way to route around those or get the students to where they need to go. But those have only been preliminary discussions as of yet.
Ms. Moline?
Yeah, just on that, at this point, Mr. Doran, those conversations are happening with Mr. Hinton and the school district. Durham is still on the peripheral of that because we haven't gotten far enough down the road yet with Kinross to know what to do and how to approach that. So as the details unfold, then Durham will be brought in. But at this point, it's the conversations between the district transportation and Kinross.
Clarification. So we are actively talking with Kinross on planning how they're going to work those trucks around the buses.
When you say actively, yes, we are having conversations with them as they develop their plan. So do we speak weekly? No. Do we have conversations when it's appropriate and when it's time? Yes. But they have to develop their plan for us to interact with.
Okay. I would just say, and I guess my question to Durham, since it'll be your buses in front of those trucks, whether at what point we really get into that conversation. If the plan's already done, it's done. as opposed to being part and problem solving it. And I guess I'm really concerned about that safety issue, because these stops are right on the highways where these trucks are
Right.
traveling. And it's going to have an impact.
I'm sure it will.
And so we're getting closer and closer to that, and that's my concern. The latest is they may start running as early as January instead of later in 2024. So it's that school year is here. So that's my concern.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other? Okay.
Thank you for your
for
time.
your report. Thank you. Mr. Bean, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am. I was ready last time, I thought. The tech ladies are getting this set up over here. So thank you again. Thanks for your patience on this. We will be talking about the different assessments and tests that we give here in Fairbanks. We'll see some trends and some data. We'll look at the 2023 AK Star and the 2022 AK Star, and we'll go pretty quickly on this. These are the assessments that we give, not every single one of them, but these are the big ones that we give here in our district. NAEP, that's what we hear about a lot. We'll talk a little bit about that in just a few minutes. AK Star, we know what that is. AK Science is the science equivalent of AK Star. It's the science test that happens every spring, and only 5th, 8th, and 10th graders take that test. AK Star is 3 through 9. M-Class, we talked about that last time I was here. We don't give it yet, but we'll give it next year. MAP, we've been given MAP 3 times a year for several years. iReady Diagnostic, that's something relatively new. The AK Developmental Profile, that's a kindergarten test that's only given to them, and it kind of measures what are they good at when they come into kindergarten. Can they run okay? Can they throw a ball? It's a lot of very basic things. Access is for ELL students, and we have other assessments for SPED students who are not able to take those other assessments. This is the dates we have coming up for next year. We won't get into this, but know that we plan these things out. Some of these are planned because we put them there. Some of them are planned because the state puts them there. There are 2 types of assessments, and then they kind of, okay, this is not me, seriously. There are 2 types of assessments. I'm going to let you guys fix that while I'm just going to keep talking like nothing bad's happening. There's summative and there's formative. A summative test is essentially a test that you just get a grade on, and then you're kind of done with it. We'll talk more about that in just a few seconds. A formative test is a test where you can take that data and actually do something with it to help the teacher do something in the classroom. And there's different layers of formative test. A summative test is like a final grade, or it could be like a driver's test where you just pass or fail, or it could be your SAT or ACT where you just get a score. But whatever it is, it's a score and then you're done with it. That's a summative test. For us, NAEP is a summative test. Kids don't get a score. The state gets a score. That's it. AK Star is a summative test. You just get a score. You don't really do anything with that information. AK Science is the same way. Access is the same way. A formative test is a test that we can give to kids, and we assess where they are, and then we can do something with that information. So some real life versions of that would be, I go home and I test the oil at my house, and I put that 15-foot stick down in the thing, and I test it to see how much it is, and then that gives me data to say I need to call the oil guy or I don't need to call the oil guy. That's a formative test. It's giving me information that formulates what my next steps are. For us, our formative tests are or will be M-Class, MAP, and then iReady Diagnostic. Those tests, among some other ones, but those are the main, those ones give us a lot of information that the teachers can then use and work with the students. Specifically, the M class or the map can give us enough information where it tells us what to do in a very specific way. And that's really helpful to us. It's important to know that when we're thinking about, thank you, when we're thinking about summative tests, when we talk about NAEP, let me back up. We have summative tests and we have formative tests. What's interesting is that the AK star has been merged into, it becomes both. So in the old days, we gave the MAP test 3 times a year, and we gave the AK star or the peaks or the AMP or however far back you want to go in history or whatever state test we gave. And that was true up until this year. So even last year, we gave a MAP benchmark test, a MAP test, a MAP test. That gave us formative information. Teachers did something with that information, and we gave a separate AK star last year. This year, for the first time, DEED has merged the spring MAP test and the AK star into one test. So it's good because our kids have one less test to take in the springtime. They have put the test together, and then now we're able to get 2 types of data from one test. And that's what's better about the AK star more than anything else. Benchmark tests are given 3 times a year. Right now, that is going to be M-Class and MAP, and it gives us some information for our teachers to do their next steps. There's another test called a diagnostic test, and it's similar to a benchmark test where it gives us some information that teachers can use, except it's more precise and more diagnostic. It gives us a diagnosis, and we can say, okay, that we know that this student needs to work on blending sounds or long vowel sounds or whatever they are. And these tests can really narrow it down to that type of scenario. We also have progress monitoring, which is essentially giving kids a lot of little mini tests that we give them much more frequently so we can see how well they are progressing on the skills that we want them to work on. So for example, if a student takes the M-Class or the MAP in the fall, and we get some data back, and it says that we need to be working on blending sounds, and the teacher says, okay, we're going to work on blending sounds, and we do that for the next 3 weeks, and we give a little mini test to see if we're better at blending sounds or not, just to see if what we're doing is working or not working. We are monitoring the progress of our kids. We have some data trends that have come up over the last, well, in some cases, several years, in some cases, just a few years. This is our NAEP data for the state. What you can see here is it goes back to '03, and NAEP is a test that sometimes gets a bad rap because not every kid takes it, which is true. It's only 4th and 8th graders. And it's not even every 4th and 8th grader, it's random ones at certain schools. But what's interesting about NAEP, 2 things. Number one, it's the only test nationwide that has been given consistently for decades. So every 4th grader who takes the NAEP this next year will take the same test. So we can measure Alaska versus Mississippi or Florida or Washington or whoever. I mean, it's a real measurement against the rest of the kids. The other thing to think about this is that the NAEP scores are what the politicians in Juneau look at when they start making decisions about things. So when we think about the AK Reads Act, it's because of NAEP scores. These are the ones that they have seen. These are the ones because this is where they make their judgments. They don't see everyone's MAP scores. This is what they see. What we can see here is throughout the years that our state has always been a little bit lower than the national average. But if you look closely, you can see here that over the last 5 years or so, that gap has grown. We've always been a little bit behind. Now we're more behind than what we used to. This is grade 4 reading. This is grade 4 math, same scenario. Back in '03, we're about even with the nation. And then every 2 years, they've been given it every 2 or 3 years, and that gap has gotten a little bit bigger each year.
Could I just
Yes, sir.
move to extend to 11 o'clock so we can finish this appropriately?
Here's reading for grade 8, same kind of thing, a general trend of the gap getting bigger between our state and the rest of the United States. And here's grade 8 math. This one is a little bit better. The data here looks a little bit better. So we do have these trends, is that for reading especially, the gap between our state and the rest of the US has been growing over the last several years. We also have map data, and you can see here that the columns across the top, those are years. And then across the very bottom, it says FWS, that's fall, winter, and spring. And you can see what our percentage was every year from 2016 all the way up until we just finished giving this map test. And so these are the most recent map data, is that there's a small trend of us getting a little bit lower throughout the last, 7 years or so. It's a small trend as far as reading. Math, again, a very small trend of us dropping a little bit from for our map data. The 2023 AK Star, the one that we just finished, we will get those summative reports from DEED the last week of August. That's what they have promised us. Those will be, once we get them, then we will release them to the public in mid-September or so. And that'll be our duty to do that. The AK Star, remember how I said AK Star is both now? It's a summative and a formative test because they combined it. The AK Star map data, that formative data, was released to the teachers already, that they got out almost immediately once the kids took that test. They have it, and they could have done some more work before the end of school. And then we're gonna release that map data that I just showed you here to the public. That's gonna be on the website tomorrow for the public. We wanted to show you all first on that. And really all that is we update the most recent year. So it's that last column on the right will be what's new for the public to look at. Dr. Ott is gonna put that up for us. And the last part, the 2022 AK Star, not this last year, but the year before, we have gotten all of those results back, of course, because that's been a year from now. So what happens is every school gets identified in some way. The ones that we're going to talk about here are called TSI, Targeted Support and Improvement, or CSI, Comprehensive Support. TSI and CSI. Any schools that are identified as TSI or CSI have to create a school improvement plan and turn it into DEED. Those schools receive, excuse me, $25,000 from DEED to work on that identified goal. So DEED has given certain schools and some extra money to work on a goal that they need to be working on. DEED has made this very, very clear in almost every meeting that I've ever been in when they talk about TSI and CSI. This is not about identifying schools as good or bad. Every school gets identified in some way. It's just a matter of how much support is DEED able to give them. So I want to make that clear. It's not good or bad. It's just how much support is DEED going to give them. The CSI designation goes to the lowest 5% of all Title I schools. We don't have any school in that category. So that's good news. Or it goes to a school that has a graduation rate of equal to or less than 66.67% of a 4-year cohort. And we do have 2 CSI graduation schools, that's FE and that's ALS. For TSI, DEED looks at 9 subgroups, and the subgroups are up there. You can see what they are. And what happens is DEED looks at the subgroups, and if one of those subgroups, if one or more of those subgroups drops below a certain threshold, then that school is identified as TSI. We do have certain schools that are TSI right now, and they're on the screen there. Most of those TSI designations that's brand new to those schools, I think in part because it was a brand new test last year. But every one of those schools, one of those subgroups has kind of been dinged as far as they need to work on one of those specific subgroups. They're going to create a school improvement plan. They're working on it now. Actually, they're going to give those to me, and I'm going to upload them to Deed in the next, I'd probably say 2 weeks or so. And then Deed will then give us, or each one of those schools, $25,000 to work on a plan to address that specific subgroup. And I'm ready to take questions if anybody has any.
Ms. Matheson?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Beam. This is a lot of information. What does the district do to ease testing anxiety, and does the result of these tests take that into consideration?
I'll answer backwards first. Does the test take that into, no, that doesn't, because the test score is the test score. What does the district do to ease the anxiousness of students? I hear stories like this every single year about it, and because kids start to hyperventilate and they get stomach aches if they're little, or I mean, there's all kinds of things, and I totally understand that. As a district, I don't know that we have done a lot. I think schools individually work on that type of thing.
Mr. Dorn?
Thank you, Mr. Beam, for the presentation tonight. A couple of questions on NAEP and the data trends you offered. And I should preface it, I'm glad you mentioned we get no information from NAEP, and no district gets it, and the state gets a number and nothing else. But the data trends would indicate that across the nation, they're saying no state is proficient. Do you have, which is very interesting, should ask a major question. One of the things with NAEP, if you could, my question is, what's the proficiency level? I've heard that it's as high as 75% or higher. Is the expectation? Do you have any information on that?
No, sir, I do not know what, I'm not sure what they're considering proficient on this. Unfortunately, no, I don't know.
Okay, so we don't. Okay. My second question is, in terms of Alaska Star, could you explain for us what actual information do teachers get to be able to look and say, okay, I'm thinking particularly if I have a student, this is how they scored. How did they look at those questions? Do we get any information that says what questions the students got right, so we could look and focus on their particular needs? What information helps teachers?
Right. Keep in mind that nowadays that the AK Star is a combination test. It is summative and it's formative. It's the AK Star and the MAP at the same time. The AK Star score that we get, or that schools get, or that students get, is just a score. It doesn't tell us anything than here's the score. The MAP side of this test does give us some growth charts. It gives us a report of what they could be working on. It compares their growth in the spring and in the winter and in the fall. So we get two types of data from AK Star. We just get the score, but teachers, like, I won't say the next day, but very, very soon after that, get the data where they can see what they need to be working on with their kids. So there is a formative side to AK Star this year for the very first time. And that did not used to exist until this year.
Ms. Hardy?
For that formative side, because it is new, I haven't seen it, do they break it down to say, like, this student in 4th grade needs to work on a fraction type idea, or like, is it specific enough that it could be tailored, the teachers could tailor things?
That, yes, to an extent, they give a RIT score, and it gives them a window of things that if you're within this RIT score in reading or math, that you could be working on these things. I wouldn't call it quite diagnostic, but it does give some information of what teachers can work on.
Mr. Dorn?
Okay. Follow up to my last one, clarification is, my understanding, though we are getting two separate scores from the spring's state assessment. One is AK star, one is MAP. Separate questions, they're sorted out in some way, shape, or form. When we look at the AK star data, that will be different. We don't get, we just get a student score. We don't have any information of how students processed or where they ran into struggles or.
Correct.
That's correct. Okay, thank you. Question with MAP. One of the conversations in the state in setting this together, and I give state credit for trying to look innovatively at this, and we'll work out the details. But one of the big conversations was by using MAP, it would be somewhat predictive of how they might do at on AK star. Have we been able to do a data analysis yet in terms of what that, we've used MAP for several years, twice now with AK star. Do we have some predictiveness based on last year that we
Yeah,
starting to put together?
it would just be based on what just recently finished. We don't have that yet. I have heard those same conversations from Deed, is that the map should be predictive. We have not seen anything specific about what that would look like. And we would have to do some more digging into our specific data from the STAR and from the map to kind of figure that out. But like I said, the map or the STAR data doesn't come out until August, so we wouldn't see that anyway by now.
Okay. This is your final.
I have a couple more questions, not many.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, because this is, I appreciate this presentation for what it's worth. I am disappointed with it. We're not yet getting a district analysis, and I would hope that we will get that at some point. We didn't get it for last year, but with this year's data. Question that, as you're mentioning, AK star scores, it'd be interesting if the state can come out with them in August, because the cut scores won't go to the state board until July, and they're out for 30 days, and so it'll be September before they can apply them. Do you have a sense of, when we were talking about proficiency level, what are the states, we've had last year's data for a while, what's that level? You know, we can put the bar up here and it's aspirational, or it's category, what is really that proficiency level? Is that 80%?
No, it's
40%?
No, it's I would
What
say
is-
it's much lower than 80. I would say probably 40 to 50, but I would have to double check that. But it's not up
We
in the
don't know.
80s. No.
Okay, we don't know that. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Bean, did you have anything else?
No, ma'am.
All right, we thank you for your report.
Thank you.
Oh. Okay.
I'm sorry, can I have one last question?
Sure.
From your understanding with Alaska Star and looking at the demographic groups, have you been able to look into the, especially as they do the TSI impacts, the cultural appropriateness of the test, and whether we're seeing that play out? Do we have
No, we're
any
not allowed to look
that?
at the questions. So I'm assuming they are appropriate because it's made here in the state, or rather it's made for us, but we have not looked at the questions. We're not allowed to look at those questions.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bean, for your report. This time we move on to board comments. Mrs. Moline, did you have any closing comments?
No, I have no closing comments.
Mrs. Smith?
No comments, thanks.
Okay. Mrs. Matheson?
No comments either, thank you.
Mrs. Hardy?
Just want to thank everybody for sticking it out. Appreciate it, and I'm happy that the board stuck it out too.
Ms. Burnett?
Yeah, I have comments. Might be a long one, unusual for me. I've been going over this for a little bit now in my head and how to phrase it and how to handle this. But I'm a little disappointed tonight. And if I cry, it's because I'm very frustrated and I'm trying to do this as classy as I can. If you know me, I don't have a filter and I'm not very classy, so forgive me. In an atmosphere of respect being asked for, it is disheartening that we don't give it based on assumptions. When the board does not vote a certain way, the assumptions fly, and it's gross. To ignore our budget situation is absolutely irresponsible. To ignore our teachers, absolutely irresponsible. To ignore all the needs of students in our district, it's also irresponsible. Here lies where I am torn. I have a duty to make sure we can find money in our budget to cover everything that we need, including updated curriculum, money for our teachers, for a fair contract, CEC, everything we have lying in front of us. None of these things that I have said tonight or come forward on related to budget have been untrue in any way, shape, or form. To be pinpointed and called a cop-out or a bigot is a stance that is not only hurtful, but absolutely disrespectful. And I would never do that to any member of a board at all. Not a member of our admin, nobody. My stance was a true stance. Absolutely. Was it fair to our budget? Yeah. To our students? Absolutely not. Was it a safe choice for me to take that stance? Abso-frickin-lutely. Abso-frickin-lutely. Because no matter what I say or how I say it, people out there will twist my words, will twist everything that I say and how it comes out, and use everything against me. And that is something I have been dealing with since my campaign, and it is gross. My whole adult life has been dedicated and spent in service to our children. Not just a small group of kids, but all children, every child, every race, every creed, every color, every orientation, including LGBTQIA+. My stance on sexual education is we should be teaching an updated curriculum, absolutely. Our children deserve to be educated. Our children should never be ignored, absolutely not. But I do disagree, and if you want my stance, I do absolutely disagree with teaching gender theory at a young age. I believe this is something that belongs in college, and that is my stance, and that is okay. That does not make me a hateful bigot. Does that make me gross? I am not hateful. I do not disrespect you or your anything, anybody. Every child in this district matters to me more than anything. LGBTQ, black, white, I don't care. You are a child and you are under my protection, and I will do everything I can to make sure you have everything that is necessary. Yes, I voted to pass the supplement or to pass the health curriculum without the supplement. Yes, I did. And I did that because I wanted to at least pass an updated curriculum. And maybe that wasn't in honor of our budget. Sure. Cool. I know that's minuscule. I wanted to put that $122,551 into CEC. I wanted to put it into training. I wanted to figure out something if it was possible to move it. There were no motives. I'm not a hater. I'm not a bigot. And I respect the hell out of everybody. That's all.
Ms. Moratti?
Just like to wish the LGBTQ plus student, staff, parents, and community members a happy Pride Month, and remind everyone that Pride parades started as a direct result of the efforts to deny humanity to LGBTQ plus people, and obviously the fight is not over. Thank you.
Mr. Lopez?
No comment.
Thank you. Mr. Dorn?
Thank you. I have a couple observations that I wanted to make. But I'm going to start with saying that I will apologize right off the spot if any comments that I might have made might have been misconstrued beyond my intent. I apologize if they come across. And I do want to say that I value the fact that we have board members, and I would state to anybody, as I guess I am now, that people come here with various perspectives, but thoughtful perspectives. And I've really experienced that on this board, and that our bottom line intent, I truly believe and trust that each member here is keeping students in mind and making their best decision, and then we work as a group to get to that end. I wanted to say a big thank you to the band and orchestra music teachers for the Jumpstart music camp that's in planning, because what I've noticed this year, and again, it was budget issues regarding music and band and orchestra. We have music at elementary, but the band and orchestra was shifted. But the effort that I really watched in individual schools with the music teachers to make sure they expose elementary students to the various band and orchestra instruments, and to prepare them for the future. And then this Jumpstart, it's just another example of people going to an extra effort for our students. And we can extrapolate that beyond other areas, but that is one real prime example. I am hopeful that we will schedule a work session to have a continued conversation on the board. We had a good start to that at last night's work session. We had a work session scheduled for next week, was just canceled this weekend or this afternoon. That hopefully that can be put back on, or another alternate date. I'd say the 12th, as it was on our calendar, or the 19th, so that we can continue a conversation. We have a lot of things and aspects to discuss. I want to say I was very disturbed by testimony tonight regarding CEC. I was very bothered by the fact that it was left off the list regarding the budget information that was given to us, that we had testimony that people did not really have forenotice, and we were through this spring saying they were going to be in that place. Yes, things change, but we, I guess when we talk about respect, I am very concerned that students who are the ones who often are struggling the most, they're the ones that can often be overlooked. And I am very concerned with that CEC. Our student population we serve there are extremely important to us, to our community. They become very successful members of our community. And I'm just very mindful of the fact that previous boards have looked at this, and they recognized that that's an easy cut. We have a lot of competing ones. It's not a matter of this is the right thing to do and that's the wrong thing, but that we can't give some stability for those students in a locale that meets them where they are out. We do it in other ways, whether providing those opportunities to college, whether we're providing opportunities at different schools. For these students with CEC who, and the staff there, that it's just very disturbing to me that we're at that now. And I really hope that as we move forward, we will look to really support some of our most needy students. And I'll end my comments there.
Ms. Anderson, if I might
Yes, Ms.
just
Milling.
respond, CEC was not left off of the list. It was on the interactive spreadsheet. Had we gotten to that conversation tonight, it was on the list. It was a part of the list that were sent as their priorities. Everything that the board discussed last night was on the list for discussion tonight, had we got to that point. The memo was not the work for tonight. It was preparing for any eventual changes. In fact, we had prepared it ahead of time, fully prepared to make adjustments as the board went through their work. That was the process, had we gotten that far, that we were going to work through after assembling the feedback last night from the board. We were prepared to go through the amendment process and to get to that point. The memo was not the final product. It was the beginning product.
And I really didn't have any closing comments, but I will say this, that the work of the board, we have much work to do. Where it gets really off kilter is when we go outside of our own board norms and our own ethical behavior. And this work is complicated enough. Some of the emails that are flying around, not copied myself or Ms. Milleen. There are things that we need to work on and not create situations for ourselves that are they're not necessary. The work that is in front of us is complicated enough. As we work as a team to address the issues that are set before us, working in conjunction and in collaboration with our administration and our executive team, we can do the work. It's all the other stuff that is complicating and getting in the way of things. I'm going to close my comments that we have board norms, we have ethical behaviors that we are governed by, and we need to come in line with those and conduct ourselves to do our work and to stay focused as we support students in their academic success and as we support our community and our staff. It is enough work for us to do if we do those things and stay within our preview, our lanes, to do our work. I thank the board tonight for the work that was done. I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
To adjourn.
Second.
We are now adjourned.